Yes, I do kind of dare laugh at their Dark Legacy, I guess, as far as having a little bit of fun there with the bot. I can tell you one thing, I guess, as far as I've been having a little bit of fun, I guess, as far as with filling up sandbags and dealing with some flooding around here. Yeah, we got some flash flooding, I guess, as far as from all the rain we got over in the overnight. So now on top of just having the thunder boomers, it's we got some new ponds and lakes, I guess, as far as around there. So in an effort, I guess, as far as to clear up some of the roads, I guess, as far as I got the water over the roadways, we've had to pitch in, I guess, as far as to put some sandbags up to help clear the roads, I guess, as far as so. And we're supposed to get more rain. Not good. It's not a good thing, I guess, as far as so. We're going to be very, very saturated, I guess, as far as going into the weekend. So, yeah, I had to have a little bit of laugh, I guess, as far as that dark and at your expense, I guess, as far as for that. Good evening there, Jack Daw. We had, who's all in here? Looks like the gang's all here. Colin's coming up there. What are we doing, Colin?
You're late.
No, ain't nobody late. We just started. I don't know what you talking about.
Car trouble.
But if you got the car trouble,
What kind of car trouble?
we might be able to help you out there.
I believe it was the radiator.
That daggone radiator. So, we'll probably have a radiator, I guess, as far as fixing this now. We did already build the engine. Last time we were in here, I guess, as far as to... Dark was first. Oh, okay. Thanks for that comment. I knew somebody was. I just couldn't remember who it was. Everything was happening so fast. Y'all got you just own it, doggone it. But yeah, we did get the engine built already. We did that last time we were in here, and we just got to fix this guy up. Yeah, Dark just letting everybody know, I guess, as far as you darn right I was here first. So we got, let's weld the frame on this. Does it need to be washed? I don't know if we washed it already. Let's weld the frame. See what's going on with that. I'm gonna fix this little red wagon up. Look at that. So this one's a pretty cool one, I guess, as far as the way the liveries are on it. So we got this one here, the little red wagon, and also the mystery machine, which is the van. This is the truck, obviously. Pretty cool deals there. Now, I've been told that the drag version of the truck, I guess, as far as that we previously tried to work on, is going to get an update. They are going to fix it as far as the issue, I guess, as far as it had something to do with the config, which it was just that one trim, I guess, as far as we came to find. So that's a bad door. Keep trying. Oh, that bot's not on rip, I guess, as far as the bot's not being too nice to Dark right now. Let's see if he'll come back around. Let's see if he comes back around. Yep, that was a bad gamble. At least you didn't gamble too much. There's that. Let's see, you get all the body panels off of this guy. So this is pretty neat too, I guess, as far as how they did the tailgate, as far as they kind of weld that down. Kind of makes it a tailgate spoiler. Very neat. Alright, where was this originally from? This is from Minnesota. That was from Minnesota. Alright, so get all these body panels out. Yeah, we're hoping to get this one ripping down the strip. So I guess we're missing both tires on this side. Yes, we are. Okay. So at least we'll have two wheels, I guess, as far as to be able to work with there. Yeah, engine's already built, so I'm not even going to worry about this one. I'll probably just go ahead and sell it, quite honestly. So we got the steering. Is there anything else in here that we can take out? Don't think so. I think that's all the body panels. Now, this was a 1-star, I guess, as far as from the auction. So it was pretty stripped down. He was pretty stripped down. Yeah, there are some things you can do there, Doc, I guess, as far as to, now, granted, even with what I've got set in here, it does tend to focus, on parts, so there is a setting in there, I guess, as far as to change, focus on parts, something of that nature. If you haven't messed with that one, you can turn that off. That's where probably a lot of your camera stuff is probably coming into play. To where when you click on a part, it'll automatically focus. You can turn that right off. I know that one bugs the crap out of me. You can always zoom in on a part. So like, for example, it'll do that. If you want to zoom in further, you can use your scroll wheel on your mouse. Right? So there is a setting for that, I guess, as far as if that's one of the things you're dealing with. As far as cameras, I know I've had, like I said, I've had to adjust that myself. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what it was called. But yeah, if you got the auto zoom on parts, like I've got that one on, so it does this, right? But there's another one in there too. I think it'll focus in really close. Like it happens for me in the parts paint booth, for example. There are a couple settings like that, I guess, as far as to play around with to get the cameras not to be so wonky on you. But yeah, I do like this one, I guess, as far as when I click on a part, it'll just do that initial zoom, you know, just to kind of pan it out like this, and I can always zoom further in if I need to. Right, so go ahead and try that out and see if that helps you out there, Doc. So what I want to do, since we don't have a whole lot to the engine, I'm going to pull that out. I'm probably just going to sell that because we already built the engine. I don't know, maybe we'll keep the block, I'm not sure. Block looks like it's in pretty good shape, so we'll see. Move this over here. Probably no oil in it. Let me see. Nope, no oil in it, so no oil pan. We'll get that back out of the way. Let's just get this pulled out. Drive shaft off. So yeah, it was like I said, it was a 1-star over at the auction. So plenty of parts got pilfered off of it. Okay, drive shafts out. Oh, it didn't even have a starter. So it looks like that's all we got in here is pretty much the block. Pretty much the block. So the pistons got yeeted out. Crank is in there. Crank is in there. We've got a cam. Cam's even taken out. Yeah, it's pretty well stripped out. All right, let's get this out of here. And I don't know. We could probably keep the block just in case we ever want to build another Hemi. If the engine block's in good shape. Get this over here. Probably not even gonna be that heavy, I guess, as far as need the crane, but you know, that's part of the process. So we got that out of there. Wait, she's out of there. So what I'm gonna do, this one's already built. I'm gonna pull this one off. No, I don't want to do that. Pull this one off. Put this one on there. That is gonna be this Hemi. So we just pulled out, and let's check and see what kind of shape it's in. So we do got to take a couple parts off of here, I guess, as far as to see what condition the block is in. Get it over the parts table and see what's going on with it. So yeah, I guess you could say it's a pretty wet Wednesday today outside, I guess, as far as with all the rain. Very torrential rain. What's going on there, Gooshman? Welcome in. Hope everything's going good today. I hope everybody's having a good day. I just had a very busy morning, having to deal with filling sandbags up. Yeah, we got everything out of that. Give her a spin see, gets as far as just to make sure I didn't miss anything. And it looks like that block is repairable. So let's go ahead and get that fixed up. So yeah, word has come out, I guess, as far as I'm with the understanding that the creator of this A100 has come to realize, I guess, as far as there's an issue with that drag truck. So there's another trim like this one that's not the little red wagon. So this one's labeled as the little red wagon. And there's also just a drag truck. That one had an issue, I guess, as far as being able to sit in it, be able to deal with the doors. They are going to be updating that. Time to do some sketchy stuff. Do-da, do-da. Hope to get away with it. Oh, ba-do-ba-day. We might be getting into some sketchy stuff today, I guess, as far as with this little red wagon, I'll tell you that. Very well might be. So that engine block is good to go. I think we might just keep it. Already got the transmission, drive shaft. Okay, cool. I think I'm going to keep that block. just for safekeeping. It's in pretty good shape, so let's do that. That engine for the new deal, I guess, as far as already done. So did we get all the parts back onto this? No. So let's get all the parts that we can. Mavericks. Very classic. So we'll get some new winders. So we got the headlight blackouts. That one we didn't have. Let's get one of those. These are... I don't know if these are paintable. You probably could. Probably could paint those, but I'm thinking we're going to keep them this sheet metal. Oh, another thing I did forget. So are we missing that front end? Yep. We're missing this guy. Get one of those. That's the grill. Yep. Yep. Where's Dark at? Dark is holding on to that second spot there. So this door was no bueno, so let's get a new door. I'll have to paint that, obviously. Alright, that one's bought. I think I bought it. Yep, alright, cool deal. So yeah, we'll have to paint that. Oh, on the slots? Slots not coming around for you, huh? So we got this car part, so that's basically our spoiler to that. Tail lights, I think we're... Nope, we got this one. And missing that guy. Okay. So it's kind of the opposite as it was with the headlights. Interesting. Alright, cool. We'll put that in there. And I suppose, yeah, like I said, you could probably paint those, but I think it looks cool that way. Now, let's get some winders. Blow it out your own... I'm picking on Dark right now. Dark's getting back at me, I guess, as far as for making fun of them, I guess, as far as for the... Yeah. I don't know, I gotta find something funny to talk about, I guess, as far as... Yeah, I had to do that, I guess, as far as just to make sure... I had to find something optimistic, I guess, as far as about what I had to deal with this morning with all the sandbags. I'm a little bit wore out, and I'll probably get wore out today. So, is there no windshield in this thing? What is going on here? Symbol. There's no windshield for this? For real? I don't know if that's the way that's supposed to be. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Rear window. Right window. Engine cover. Okay, that's fixed. Does this thing not get a windshield? That seems kind of dangerous not to have a windshield. And why is that in there still rusty? Did we not weld the frame? I thought we did. We did. Huh. And we got Dark calling the popo on us. What's up with that? Yeah, why is it still rusty on the inside? That should have took care of that by welding the frame, I'd imagine. Okay, so is that a little bit of an issue with this guy? Or maybe I just need to detail the interior. Let's try that out. Let's try that out. So let's do that. Yes, please. Hold what? What am I holding? Yeah, so we just had to detail the... Oh, so that's the dirtiness, I guess, as far as on the interior. I see. Okay, right now we're all good in the interior. That's all good to go. So I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to put a windshield on it. There is no front windshield, that's the thing. You see this? It doesn't have the hologram for it. So I don't know if this one doesn't require a windshield. Let me see here. Let's see. We got those two windows. That's interior, okay. Just looking to see if it even requires one. So front left door, right door. I don't see a front window. Front end. No front window. Alright, you know what? Another thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the store. Hold on. Let's type in window. That's what I want to know. I wonder if that's just an issue with this one. So here's the windshield. Now, there's only the one type of windshield that has the wipers. I wonder if they left that out unintentionally because there isn't one that doesn't have the windshields. Because mostly on a drag truck, you wouldn't have those, right? Well, I'm going to buy this just to see if it'll put it in there. Just to see. Nope. It looks like it does not have a windshield in it. So this is what I'm guessing. They probably intended to have a windshield, I guess, as far as that had no wipers. But it's not in here. We only got this one here. So they made it in the config, I guess, as far as to have that a delete, I guess, as far as, and yeah, to add to put one without wipers. So I'm assuming with the update that's coming to this mod, that'll be corrected. So for the time being, we have no windshield for that. Pretty cool, I guess, as far as that they are considering an update to this thing. Because I think it deserves it. I think it's pretty well done. It's just some tweaking on it. So anyway, we're going to leave that without a windshield, I suppose, for at least for the time being. Let's see. All the more reason, too, I'll probably wait or hold on creating any of my own configs for this particular mod until the updates are applied. I got some pretty good ideas. I want to put a bigger motor in this mystery machine. Yeah, so the trims, I guess, as far as for the van and the truck that have the inline 6, I want to have the option for either the Hemi or just a V8 in general for those. I think that would be pretty cool. So we got some things to do in the interior. Yeah, so we still got some body parts to do. What are we missing yet? Oh no! Oh, is that what crashed? I guess as far as we lost it in the warehouse. That's a bummer. So what are we missing on the body? Well, that's all interior. Could be the license plate. Let's take out that license plate off. We got Racer Batman coming into the party. How we doing, there, Racer Batman? Glad to hear you're doing good there, Racer Batman. So let's take the plate off. 84. Yeah, we're missing some other things to the body here. Let's just a second. This is all interior. What are we missing on body? Could possibly be, I guess, as far as something with the front windshield. Could be. So I'm gonna leave that like it is for now, just to. Oh dang it! I want to go into here. There we go. There. So it's 84%. I just wanted to look at that. All right, let's do some interior. Get that taken care of. I feel like these doors should open up a little bit wider. Let's see. So let's do disassemble. Yeah, let's get this out. So we're missing one seat and a steering wheel. Okay, so let's do an assemble. We need the steering wheel, 2 seats. Go to the interior shop for those. So we need 1 steering wheel and 2 bucket seats. Marvelous. Let's get those in. Oh, I forgot to put that engine cover under too. I guess that's part of the body. Yep, that's definitely part of the body. Alright, we're gonna leave the engine cover off, at least for now. So we can put that engine in. Okay. Cool, so interior should be good. Nice. Alright, let's get this up on the air and we'll deal with the undercarriage. Yeah, so that's the only flaw I see so far on this one here is does not have a front windshield. And I don't know, maybe the little red wagon, I'm not really for sure. Maybe it didn't have one, because you're going to be wearing a helmet driving this thing down the strip anyway, right? So you wouldn't really need a windshield. But I can't confirm that. I can't confirm or deny, I guess, as far as whether or not the little red wagon did have a front windshield. Maybe it didn't. Could very possible be it didn't have a front windshield. That'd be kind of weird. Especially having all the other windows, I guess, as far as in the doors and such. Yeah. Oh, rusty. So at least in this version here, we can actually sit in it. In comparison to the other drag truck, at least for the time being. Definitely quite a few pilfered parts off this one. Being a 1-star from the auction. I never did look. I think we got this for a pretty decent price too. We didn't pay too much overestimated. So that was another good thing. Unlike the original drag truck, I guess as far as we got that for a good chunk of change overestimated. We had to take a loss on that one, unfortunately. Just a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, so we're not going to try to get too crazy on this one. I guess as far as just do it up to the original configuration here, so that when it does get updated, we shouldn't have that much to do to it, if anything at all. Oop, we gotta get some more suspension parts off this side. Okay. I knew that. Looks like they took quite a bit of stuff off the passenger side to include the tires. I guess they needed it for another project. I'm just gonna do the front end for now. We'll get to the rear end. So we should have... Oh, we're putting plenty of stank on it. Alright, one rotor that we can machine, okay. Cool. Get fixed up what we can fix up, and we'll go from there. So we gotta buy at least one rotor for the front end. Only had one that was machinable. Try not to break any parts. Don't press our luck too hard. What in the world are those emotes anyway? Those are... Is that Ukami? Is that Ukami? I don't know who Ukami is. I guess as far as, but pretty wild emotes. Alright, we got that all fixed up. So we got our one rotor. Okay. Oh, another artist. That's... I got you. So we got to take these apart. We did need the rotor. Where's the brakes at? We needed... Oh, that was completely missing. I got you. So we'll get one more ventilated for the front. Get that taken care of. Need that for the front. Okay, let's take apart these shock assemblies. Gotta keep them separated. And we need to... get some brake pads. Okay. This is all going to be for the front end. Get some brake pads. Got the double wishbone suspension set up, so we need 12 rubber bushings. Get those. Just a simple dozen. Alright, and then we got to take apart this other one.
Racer Batman says pew 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 drocken loop drocken loop drocken
Oh,
loop
that's
drocken loop drocken loop drocken
that's a good combo.
Drocken loop drocken sports car.
Oh my, that was an interesting combo. Let's do wheel bearings. Yep. Let's do that, and we need some caps. Get the tie rod stuff. Get all the particulars for the front end. Two of those. Two of these. Okay, I don't know. We'll need a sway bar. Okay, let's get the shock assembly stuff. Let's go over to here. I need two of those, and two of these. Huh? No. I want to do that. Make sure to put it on the list, though. Yes, it did. Alright, cool. We need 2 new springs, 2 new caps, and 2 new shocks themselves. Alright, cool deal. Put those back together. So, the only other thing I can think of is we need a sway bar. We'll get to that. Alrighty then, so we should have the majority of the parts to get this reassembled. So we got a refurbished subframe. Cool. Steering rack should be refurbished, yeah. Sway bar, there's that sway bar. Let's get that sway bar. Cool. And then we need our knuckles in. Okay, tie rods. Got those all brand new. Sweet. And we got our upper control arm. New bushings. Lower control arm. Otherwise known as a wishbone. I wouldn't try to break that one. It's probably hard to break, actually. You know, like a chicken wishbone or turkey wishbone. I only get one of those. I think I did. Yep, I did. I only got one of those. That's okay. We'll fix that. Bushings in the subframe. Give the engine build, I guess, as far as a nice, comfy home to settle in. Okay, so we got get this side. So we'll go ahead, upper control arm. Oh, that one was missing. Okay, I think that was actually from the other side, but yeah, a lot of stuff got pilfered on the passenger side. We'll get it replaced. Bandito Moto, how dare you come in here and throw tomatoes at me? That's so rude. I guess it's better than coming in here and stinking up the joint. Always coming in here and just ripping one. Yeah, get him, Racer Batman. Get him, Racer Batman. Get him. How dare. Don't come in here and throw tomatoes at me. So rude. Dark's getting on the tomato fight. There's the fart. We knew that was coming. We knew that was coming. Oh, that was from Doc. I thought for sure it would be from Bandito Moto. Let's see. Wheel bearings. We did get new ones of those. Back that full of grease. Cap it off. Rotors. We had to get in one new one. New pads. Calipers are refurbished. Cool. We need our tie rods on this end. Ready for a tire. Looks like that side's good. I don't know, we got Bandito Moto calling Popo on us. How dare. Come in here, throw tomatoes, then you call the cops on us. That should be the other way around. That's the other way around there, pal. Nobody calls a Popo on us and gets away with it. Get him, get him. Get that Bandito Moto. Okay, so this one was missing a caliper. Okay, so let's get a new caliper. Let's do caliper. We'll probably need a cylinder as well. Probably. Let's do a brake cylinder. That's gonna complete that ensemble. In any case, their Bandito Moto, how's it been going for today? Hope day's going well. So tires, we're gonna break down that one tire that we have. So we'll have to get the other tire and wheel combo for the other side. Let's separate this one out. Got those skinny center lines over on this on the front end. Let's get the rim fixed up. Okay, that was all fixed up. Now we'll get a new tire for it. And we'll probably go ahead and get, yeah, a couple new ones of these. That 175, 55, 15. Go to the tire shop. We got 175, 55, 15. 15 inch, we'll get two of them for the front. 175, 55 on the sidewall. Oh, those are slicks too. Yep, they're slicks. I was gonna say, whoa, a good chunk of money for 2 new slicks in the front. We do need 1 new rim. That was missing. We'll get a 15-inch new rim. Go to the rim shop. Rim shot, you know, it's kind of like one of those. Rim shot. So we need a 15-inch one of these. This is obviously from the rims DLC. Get a 15-incher of that, just one. I may need some for the back. I don't know yet, so we'll get to that. Get to that once we do the rear. Wheel shop. I only know it was a tire shop, but yeah. Tire shop, rim shop. Take your pick. Whatever one you want to call it. What's going on here, WC Gamer? Welcome in. Yeah, whichever way you want to call it. So, tire shop, I guess, as far as for the rubber. Rim or wheel shop, I guess, as far as for rims. So you can call them either wheels or rims, right? There is definitely a distinction between those. So if you call it a wheel, depending on who you ask, it's kind of like soda and pop. Depends on who you ask, they might consider it something different that you're talking about. I know some people that I talk about, if you say a wheel, you're referring to the rims. If you say tires, then that's obviously talking about the rubber. What kind of rubber you got on it. And there's all different kinds of rubbers, different treads, different types of slicks, white letter, non-white letter, black walls, white walls. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. So let's get these out here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So let's do these tires on the front. So it's got slicks all the way around, both front and the rear. Yeah, same to you there, Ghoulish man. I couldn't said it better myself. Alrighty then, so front end is pretty much done. Guess we can work on that rear end now. Just cleaning up pretty nice. So it does have the disc brakes in the rear too. Non-ventilated on the rotors, of course. Never really understood why you wouldn't want to go with a ventilated disc. I think it's just more or less a weight thing. You know, how much weight you want to have on one end or the other. But primarily, I guess as far as because you have so much bulk in the rear end, you would go with non-ventilated on the rear because they're lighter. Ventilated are a little bit thicker, I guess as far as because they have the fins in the center. You know, to kind of give it that airflow for cooling. Yeah, I always kind of wondered how that worked for some folks, how they set that up as far as go ventilated or non-ventilated, other than just weight. What happened? What happened? Oh no. What's oh no? You joined in on the raffle? That's all I see. What happened? Oh, we got WC Gamer going on a streaking streak. I guess 7-stream streak. I don't know, depending on what the weather's like for over there, you may want to put your clothes back on. I don't know, it's starting to warm up in a lot of places, so it might be pretty okay, I guess, as far as to leave the clothes off. What are you oh knowing? What are you oh knowing? I don't know what's the oh no. What are we oh knowing there, Dark Legacy? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That's what it makes me think of. It's coming back to your head. Why is it coming back? I mean, isn't that a good thing? Your CDL pre-trip? I mean, that's a good thing. Unless you have to test for it again or something. Yeah, unless you're having to test for it again, maybe I can see why it's oh no. I think it'll be fine. If that's the case. So non-ventilated rotors. Alright, and the rear end. Cool, all refurbishable. Let's get that fixed up. So we do got a couple of rotors here to machine. Awesome. That's a nice contrast between the drag version of the truck, and then you have the mystery machine in the on the background. Very nice. Lots of parts here to fix up for the rear end. We get that other rotor, get some new brake pads, all that good stuff. So we were missing a wheel tire combo on the one side. We got to deal with that. Super tuned to drag. We're going to see what we get out of it on the base level for sure. I think we might, we may or may not have to. We're going to see how she, what kind of dyno we get, I guess, as far as after we get her fixed up here. We've got the 426 going in there. So, at the base here, 301. We might have to boost that up a little bit. So that's just the base power, right? Might have to, really rip this thing up there a little bit. Let's take that one off. Let's get this other rotor. Right, I was just referring to the fact that it gets 301 at the base, which I think is kind of low. I don't know, is that too low for 426? I'm not sure. But yeah, I think we might have to max it out. We might have to. We already built the engine, right? So we're going to make sure we get that base horsepower first. That's the way I like to go, and then we can just go from there. Get it dialed in, I guess, as far as at the base, and then go from there. We need to go back here and get some brake pads. But yeah, I think that might be a pretty good thing to do here with this little red wagon. I don't know how many horsepower the little red wagon had, but you want this game now just because of that truck? I mean, usually all it takes is just one type of car, I guess, as far as to change your mind. Now, keeping in mind, like I said, I guess, as far as obviously it has some issues with it. What do you mean, no? Not because of this one? Or just some other reason? Or you just want to work on cars in general? Yeah, this has been a fun game. Been fun. When you get some cool mods out like this one, it makes it kind of fun. So, what else did we need? I need shocks, I think. Okay, let's put this together and see what we need here. So we're missing a fuel tank. So this got repaired. Knuckles. We got both knuckles repaired. And then shocks. So yep, 2 new shocks. Good deal. So 2 new shocks. We'll get it all nice and refreshed. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how much. Now, I should have probably put that into consideration when we built the engine. Now, we do have that other engine block, too. Right? We still have that other engine block. We could build a brand new performance block. That's something else that can be considered. Keep the 426 that we built, that's just base. And then build a brand new performance Hemi, 426 Hemi. We could totally do that. New pads, calipers. Refurbish. Cool, that's ready for tire. We gotta get the leaf springs on first. Leaf springs are refurbished. Strap those on. I want them flopping around back here. That'd be dangerous. Cool, so that's all strapped in. Let's check this side. Drive axle. Rotors, remachined. Got our pads. Calipers. Okay, we're missing on this side. Well, I think it was originally on the passenger side, but I think you get the gist. You get the gist. What happened? Caliper, we'll probably have to get a cylinder for that too. We'll do a brake cylinder. Complete ensemble. Alright, get the leaf spring on this side. I don't know about you folks. I think I've mentioned this many times before. I'd rather deal with putting the leaf springs on or off with the tire off, so you don't have the load, all the weight, I guess, as far as on the rear end. Makes it a little bit easier to get them in and out. Now, once you get that in there, obviously that's all good to go. You can just deal with the tire. That's the approach I like to take anyway. As far as in reality. So let's get this one separated. And this room we can probably fix up. Get a different slick on it. And then we have to buy a whole nother set for the other side. Let's get this room fixed up. Cool. And then we're going to have to buy 2 new tires and 1 other rim. So let's go to the tire shop. Did I get that on? No, I did not. Hold on. Let's get this tire here on the list. We get 2 of those. Not going to keep them scuff. I'm going to put brand new ones on there. Just for clarity. What size do we need? 315 wide, 45 on the sidewall, 15 diameter. 1545. Okay, cool. Let's go here. Bro. Okay, so 2 of these at 15 inch. We need them 315 wide. Pretty beefy tires. And 45 on the sidewall. There we go. That's a good chunk of change for a couple slicks in the back. And then also need a rim. Got this one fixed up, but we need 1 other one. No, I only need 1. What the heck you doing? I don't know why I put 2 on there. Go to the rim shop. We just need 1 rim. 15 inch. Like so. And we can take that other one off. There we go. Take it off. Thank you. Alright, let's put these together. Big old thick meats in the back. Got some thick boys. Alright, let's get this one and then balance this guy. Must have the balance. Oh, that was the quickest bounce I ever had. Didn't even have to move it. Didn't even have to move it. Alright, so let's slap those rear wheels on. That should finish up our rear end. We'll be just about ready to put... Oh, I gotta put the rubber bushings in the leaf springs. Yeah, we need 4 small rubber bushings for those. Alright. Get those while we're at it. So let's go back to this store. 4 small rubber bushings. We need 2 for each spring. Make it all nice and cushy back here. Helps to put a little bit of Vaseline on there. Petroleum jelly, if you will. I guess as far as to make it not only go in easier, but it takes the squeak out of it. Not only easier to install, but also take the squeak out of it. Don't get that metal onto rubber. Come on, bro. There you go. Okay, we do had a missing fuel tank. Let's get that tank back in there. You're welcome. And fuel pump. So again, we're just gonna go with stock parts on here for now to get that base horsepower. And yeah, we'll definitely just go from there. Yeah. So it's got the side pipes on this, but oh yeah. Solid way to go, I guess, as far as with the exhaust on this one. We're gonna go with side pipes. Right out the side. Cool, so that's pretty much done. Still gotta get the engine in there. Okay, cool. Drive shaft, all that stuff. Let's put the engine in. And we'll deal with the exhaust and such. Alright, so what I'm going to do, we're going to take this door off so we have better access to the engine bay. Yep. We'll put it back on. Don't worry. Alright, let's get this base 426 in there. 100% green build. Right on. Alright, let's get the bottom end buttoned up on it. Alrighty then, so there she is. Still got some engine-based stuff to do too, I just realized that. Fuse panel, all that good stuff. So all this was missing. This all brand new. Brand new. 2 downpipes. 426 non-shaker. Okay, so that is muffler and that muffler. Very popular choice, I guess, as far as on the side pipe option. There's this muffler D. Alright, so transmission. Gearbox, however you want it. That's another one, I guess, as far as you can call it, either gearbox or transmission. Okay, yes, we didn't have. I'm pretty sure we got these in the warehouse. Get that out of the warehouse. It's a V8 starter. Let's go this way. Oh yeah, we got plenty of V8 starters. Put that one in there. Starters good to go. Nice. Get our drive shaft in there. Hold on a minute. Did I just see? It is. I just realized all that pinion on this, I guess, as far as it's kind of jutting out here a little bit because of that massive pitch on this thing. Just realized that. Kind of hard to tell if you're not really looking, but it's just barely poking out right there. That is a pretty wicked pitch on this. That's something you would see more, I guess, as far as in like a 4-wheel, you know, the transfer case and such. But yeah, that's pretty wicked. All right, let's bring her down. Got all the bottom ended. Now we gotta do some engine-based stuff. Let's do some engine-based stuff. So we need radiator. Gonna be able to cool this thing down. Yeah, we already took care of the starter. Radiator. Gotta keep her nice and cool. So brake servo. I think I do have some in the warehouse. I got 3. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab one out of the warehouse. Keep it on the list though. Brake servo. So let's do. Wait, how did my caps get on there? What the heck? Alright, so let's do this. We'll take 1 brake servo out of here. We don't have to buy it. Why should we? Okay, so. Bro, why do you do this to me? This. Brake servo, yeah. Cherry juice container. Let's get that. So if this thing has a bug juice container, that's going to be... It does. Even though it doesn't have a windshield, it does have a windshield washer reservoir. That's funny. That's so funny. Obviously, a little bit of a miscue, I guess, as far as on the creation of it. But yeah, I do have to probably admit, part of the reason why that is that way is because it was meant to have a windshield without wipers, what I would imagine. That's what I would imagine. Let's do... Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Battery. Oh, I see what it did. Whoops. So we had the battery on the list there, so we got it 3 times. We do have a battery in where... Yeah, let's go ahead and grab one on here. That's fine. Okay, so let's go here. Let's do battery. Take a battery out of here. Nice. Saves us some from having to buy it. Okay. Need a battery. I keep going down here and it's telling me I need to be in the engine compartment, which kind of technically I feel like I am, but it's just being silly that way. Alright, so that's pretty much complete in here. Fuse panel though. Deal with the fuse panel. We do need a fuse panel. Oh, that's going to be in the electronics store. Make sure you go to the right store. Helps to go into the right store. Alright, fuse and relays. Try not to miss any. Alright. And then we need 3 of these little guys. 4 of those dudes. 1 big fella. 3 of those. 2 of those. And 1 of those. Let's get those where they need to go. Oh, that was almost a jackpot. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. If you can get the 3 robots in a row,
It ain't got no gas in it.
that's the main. So we need to cover. What are you mad about? Yeah, right now it doesn't have any gas in their WC Gamer. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're gonna get this thing running. Alright, so that's 1 step closer. Go. Alright, I think we got all of the engine stuff ready to go. So let's put the door back on. Window, yep. No windshield. No mirrors. Okay. I should probably paint this door. You know what I'm gonna do? I got a better idea. So take this back off. I'm gonna paint this door. So we can get it the same color as the other one. Now we don't have to use the door specifically. We could use the tailgate. You get the right color, or any other part that has the color that we're looking for. In this case, we'll just use the other door.
What in his cup?
You don't want to know what he did in this cup. I don't think you want to know. So we can even take it from the engine cover. So either one. Let's load this up. We get that color in the swath. Why did that not paint? The heck? Try that again. So it got this color in the swath. Why did it not paint that? So it's got looks like rubber. That's kind of cool. Interesting engine cover. Not really sure why I didn't paint it though. Alright, let's try the door. Let's see. So now we should be able to paint our new door. And we also want to get that livery on it too. So yep, it did apply the... I don't think it needs to be gloss though. Might just need to be washed. Yeah, I think we just got to wash the truck. So we'll keep it that color. But I also need to apply the livery. Which is going to be... a little red wagon. That's the mystery machine. That should be... oh, we got a lot of libraries for this. There's the little red wagon. That's the part of it that goes on the door. Go ahead and paint that. Oop, alrighty. So yeah, other than the fact that I think we might just have to wash the truck yet. I think it's... we did not do that. We did weld the frame, but we didn't wash it yet. So it makes it a little dull. Be understood. So we'll give it a bath, I guess, as far as after we get this back on. Might have to put a tarp on the front end here so we don't get inside all wet. Yeah, so you can see the difference between it being dirty and not dirty. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this over to the car wash. Car wash. Yo, got WC Gamer screaming on through. Hopefully not leaving us there with WC Gamer. Or you're just coming in like a boss. Alright, let's do that. Let's get her cleaned up. Make her all nice and shiny. Look at that. Oh, good. That's real nice. Alright, cool. So, we still gotta put the engine cover back on. Well, hopefully it didn't get wet in there. Try to put a tarp on that, but I don't know if it got wet in there or not. Whoops. And get this back over to the lift. Finish her up here. So, what's our status now? She cleaned up really nice. Yep, so we got the engine cover to put back in. Let's do that. This one did not paint, so... Uh-oh, what's going on here? Excuse me. Oh, there it goes. I get to highlight it. So it didn't show it painted in the paint shop, but it is actually painted. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure why that is, but it did actually get painted. Oh, so that's good. So what's our status now? 92, so that's going to be probably this license plate. I'm not going to worry about that right now, so yeah, we got it pretty much cleaned up. Let's get some fluids into it, though. Let's get some fluids into her. Motor honey. Fresh motor honey. Now what? I don't know what to tell you there. You got to keep trying to get. The bot's it's in a grumpy mood today. Not my fault. Maybe stop slapping it around. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Here, let's do this. I guess as far as in the... See who's paying attention there. Get you some fluids. Maybe this will put the bot in a better mood. Let's check our... Yep. Motor honey's good to go. So let's get some brake fluid. So we'll get some radiator juice, cherry juice, bug some bug juice in there. Yep, all the juices. Yeah, I'm thinking it would behoove us, I guess, as far as to build a performance Hemi for this 426 Hemi. I think that's going to be necessary. So we're going to do all the performance parts, right? All the performance parts. What's going on there, Thunder Lane? Welcome in.
You're late.
You're a little bit late, but you haven't missed too much.
What kind of car trouble?
If you got the car trouble, for sure, that daggone radiator. We just put the coolant in this radiator, so that should make it a little better. That should make it a little bit better. Okay, last of all the fluids. I think we're ready to get this over to... Let's get some alignments done to her. Oh, we need the engine cover back on, yep. Get that engine cover back on there. I think it's a little bit rough to get at. There we go. Ooh, alright, let's get some alignments to it. Now, there really shouldn't be an option, I guess, as far as to align headlights, because we got the, we got them blacked out, but I got a feeling it's still going to be here, and that's just going to be a game. That's a game thing. That's kind of funny, I guess, as far as it still allows for this adjustment, even though we don't really have headlights. So we'll do that anyway. Let's get our suspension, so that one's good to go. A little out of whack. We'll get her less out of whack. There we go. Ooh, now we got dyno. Get her over the dyno until we get all this base horsepower, which at the base 301. But we're gonna fix that with this truck. We're gonna put a completely performance out 426 into this thing, I think. Yeah, it is a little. It cleaned up pretty nice. We're gonna get her over to the dyno, right meow, and see what we get for the base power. She cleaned up really nice. Alright, gets a little noisy in here, because as far as I'm sure some of you know. But watch your ears. there we have it. Got all the base horsepower. Class C 237. Yeah, I think definitely we're just gonna deck this engine out for this little red wagon. Yep, it definitely does. Alright, so let's go ahead and try this out at the strip the way it is, just to see what we got. Let's see what this little puppy can do. This level. Alrighty then. Ooh, let's try this out at the quarter mile. We get to go against a Herbie. Interesting combo. So it's got that flat 6 in there. It compares into our V8 426. Something tells me we're gonna smoke this Herbie, but let's try it out. It's got a nice rumble to it. $5,500 red line. Oh, the Herbie's beating us. What the world? How did that Herbie beat us? Did that have some tuning? Oh my goodness. Yeah, we definitely gotta beef this one up a little bit. Yeah, they definitely failed. No tuning on it either. Wow, that Herbie smoked us. Alright, let's try the 6.1 Hemi in the Chrysler 300 SRT. Wow, it looks like we definitely got to beef this one up. Love where the shifter's at. It's like right here on the right side of the steering wheel, on the dash.
What for?
Yeah, what for? Wow, look at how close that was. That's crazy. We were neck and neck all the way down. All the way down, we were neck and neck. Okay, yeah, we definitely got to do some work on this little red wagon. I've seen enough. The Herbie beat us. The Herbie beat us, and that one beat us. So yeah, that's not even the turbo farts are helping. So yeah, this little red wagon needs some help. We're gonna fix it up. The base 426 is just not cutting it. Just not cutting it. Yeah, we're gonna max it out. We're gonna do pistons, heads, cam, the whole works. We do have that engine block, like I said, I guess as far as it came out of this truck originally. So we already got the block to build it. Let's get it back over to the lift. Yep, I think that's a pretty good indication we need to do that for this one. So what I want to do first, let's scrap some things out here. Clear the inventory, and then we'll build that engine. We had one last night. We got torrential rains. We had to fill sandbags to take care of the flash flooding that we got from all the rain from last night. Yeah, that was fun. So whether or not we'll have to probably do some more sandbags, because we're expecting more rain coming up into the weekend. So the next couple of days, I guess, as far as going to be pretty nasty as far as rain. Now we're kind of in a valley, so there's a lot of low spots. So yeah, when we get a good downpour, as far as irregardless of the rivers, if they crest, irregardless of that, I guess as far as you get a lot of local flooding, flash flooding, because of being in the valley. So that's one disadvantage of living in a valley, is that. But what's really good about being in the valley is that if we do get a nadir come through here, we're already in a low elevation. Makes you mad because you can't get out. In what field? You got a field? What do you do in the field? Let's see, let's scroll this over this way. There we go. See all the parts we got to scrap. So it looks like we got a few parts we can sell. Oh, 160 acres of field. I got you. You got fields. I got you. So what do you usually, I shouldn't say usually, because as a farmer you probably rotate crops. So what kind of crops do we rotate on the fields? It flooded right now? Yeah. Do you have to? You don't have to land in the blue section there, WC. If you want the bonus, you do. If you want the big bonus, you have to land in the blue. You got to do in soybeans this year? Nice. Soybeans. So I think the two fields that I have close to me, they did corn last year, so I'm expecting them to either do sugar beets and or soybeans too. Yeah, so the two fields that we got right now, I guess as far as that are near me, they actually do have a lot of water in it. Yep. And it's not because the tiles are bad. Not because the tiles are bad. I guess as far as it's just a lot of rain. So yeah, we can sell these parts. But yeah, WC Gamer, I guess as far as you don't have to land in the blue. Just it's pertinent you land in there if you want the max scrap points, I guess as far as off the part. So yeah, let's go ahead and sell. Yeah, I should only sell the yellow parts. Let's do this and that. Oh, it did sell. Not quite what I wanted to do, but I guess that'll work. That's fine. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so inventory's clear. Other than that, I'm not going to worry about that one right now. Let's get this engine block out of here, and we'll build a performance Hemi 426. Now we can only do the one swap in that. That's the other thing. The 426 is the only engine that is allowed in this little red wagon. So that's all we can build. Yeah, we're gonna make it go zoom, 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 in the boom, boom. So we need. Let's do Hemi. And there's the block. I guess as far as we originally took out of it, we fixed it up. Put that on the stand, and we're gonna build that guy. Now we're gonna go performance on this thing here. So that's everything performance. Anything performance we can't get for it, we're gonna put on this guy. Okay, so it still has that engine on this. Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah, so just to make absolutely sure, that's the engine we're building. Let's go. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So I gotta go like this. Create. I want to make sure we get the right engine. I know it's saying that we can put the Hemi on there, but I just want to make sure it is the 426. That's all we can put in there. We don't have any other swaps other than that 426. 6.2 Hellcat. There it is right there. That's the one we want to build. But we're going to go all performance. All performance. Where in the world? Where's who? I mean, where's the world to do? Wow! It's Bandito Moto. What you whining about? Okay, so we're going to create that guy. And then we'll go ahead and slap that in there. Cool. Now we know we're building that engine at least. So we're going to get performance cam. Go to performance here. Cam. Yes. Now I don't think I'm going to worry about getting it to a 3-star, or should we? We got plenty of scrap points. I think maybe we should probably do it 3-star. Just in an effort to get it to a good level of horsepower for it. Yeah. I think we will go. Yeah, I think we will go 3-star on all these performance parts. Let's do that. I think that would be a good idea. So let's go to here. We're gonna put 3-star. Yeah, we got plenty of scrap points, so why not? It's all good. So where in the world are you? Oh, I assume Thunder Lane. I guess is what you meant there. They're in the U.S., right? Thunder Lane. I assumed. Maybe I assumed wrong, but Thunder Lane, I'm sure can confirm. All right, so we can't get a cam gear performance to confirm. Okay, so we need to go to here. We might have to go a little bit back and forth for these parts, but that's okay. Time chain. Crank is not going to be performance, I don't think. I'm going to double check. Okay, no performance crank. So we'll have to get that one just from the regular store. Yeah, so we'll have to go maybe a little bit back and forth just to make sure we get all performance parts. To a 3-star. So I know pistons, we can get those performance. Oh, no problem there, Thunderlane. You deal with what you got your priorities. It's understandable. Whoa. We want to get performance. Performance pistons. I think we can get performance rings, too. We'll get 8 of these. Cool. And we'll get those to a 3-star. Let's see if we can get performance rings. Okay, just the pistons. Alright. Fair enough. So, go back to this store and get the rings. So we'll go piston rings. Now we need the Hemi. So those are the Hemi pistons. Those. Not in the performance anyway. Yep. No rings on the performance side anyway. Alright, so we can go ahead and get these pistons to a 3-star. I just want to get all the horsepower we can get out of it. So I'm going to get these performance parts to... Yeah, these will only change the value. I'm not going to worry about getting those to a 3-star, but definitely on the pistons. Pistons, we can get those to a 3-star. Yeah, so with this, that's something I did kind of confuse early on. These types of parts that are not performance, if you put that on there, it only changes the value. Okay, so we're going to keep those just at the regular. That only changed the value, like I said. So let's get these pistons in. Do. Pistons and rings, y'all. Make this a performance 426 Hemi. So we're gonna get performance heads. Get those to a 3-star. That way I should be able to get some wicked horsepower out of this thing, I'm hoping. At least be able to double the horsepower, I would think. So heads. Get those performance. And we get those to a 3-star. Yeah. I don't know. It depends on... yeah, that's still yet to be seen, I guess, as far as if... even if we get it all maxed out. Doesn't matter to me. If it rips the rear end off, I guess, as far as... I don't see that as a problem. That just means we got lots of power. Alright, so let's see. 3-star heads. Performance heads. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Put the heads on. I feel inclined, I guess, as far as to try and paint those Hemi orange. I feel kind of somewhat inclined to do that. I think we are. I'm going to try and paint these. I know we tried this before and it didn't come out very well. Now to try to get this to match properly, that's going to be tricky. So this might take a little bit to try and figure out exactly what color orange we need. They really don't allow 4, so we can just do like that, for example. But that might not be perfect. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to try it this one. I know it's going to probably be off to the block itself. So we'll go, I don't know if I'm going to go gloss or matte. Try this out for starters. Just to see. And we'll adjust from there. This may take a little figuring out, I guess, as far as whether or not we got the right color of orange. That one's not colored, so I must have painted this guy. This one's the painted one. So, yeah, a little bit off. Not terrible, but part of me wants to kind of mess with it, but I know it's going to take a while to get it exact. I think I'll just do that orange. We'll just do that. It's orange, but it's not perfect. You can see the difference. Yeah. On performance, yes. 3 stars as high as you can go on the, yep. So we'll just stick with that one orange. How about that? Just to make it easier. Not the perfect color, Hemi orange, but, close enough. Yeah, words are hard, indeed. Okay, so we just go that orange. Oh, let's get that on there. So I might leave some accent colors on here, like the head covers. You could probably leave those black or whatever color they are. Why do I keep doing that? Dang it. Misclicking there. There we go. Ooh, there's our heads. So we'll do the intake performance. Nope. And we'll do that one orange. Dang it, Bobby. Yes, I'm telling you. So it doesn't look terrible. Not terrible, but it's not perfect either, I guess, as far as the color of orange. Let's see. Let's go and do our intake. Get that to a 3-star. And we'll paint that one as well. Get it all matching. Oop. Took a wrong turn there. Yeah, verbal diarrhea. You gotcha. Let's see. Orange, yeah. Close enough, right? You can do that for sure, but I think in an effort to keep, you know, you put one part on in order to find out what next part you need, right? It's kind of hard, I guess, as far. Whoa, 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 whoa! Why does it keep? Mouse, what are you doing? Got a little bit of travel on my, a little bit of jog on my mouse. Knock it off. All right, cool. Yeah, you could definitely do that if you knew which parts exactly you needed. Yeah, if you wanted to, you know, go through the performance parts, you could do that. I'm just doing them one at a time just to make sure I get the right part, number one. Number two, I don't buy more than what I need. So carburetors, we'll probably leave those the way they are. Let's do the valve train. That we don't need to necessarily paint. I think we can get performance push rods. No. Okay, so we'll go back to here. So we need 16 regular push rods. Just 16, don't get carried away. Okay, and I think a lot of the other valve trains parts are just standard. Don't get those performance, so we're just going to get what we can in performance, of course. So far, we're good to go. So we'll be able to do performance clutch, flywheel, all that good stuff as well. We'll do performance sparkulators, rocker arms. I think those are just standard. Yep, those are just standard. So if it doesn't show up in there, obviously it's just standard. So we're gonna need 2 of those, one for each side. Okay. And I'm not gonna worry about painting that because you're not gonna see those. Mostly just the parts that you'll see on the outside. Get those painted, of course. Performance plugs. Let's get 8 performance plugs. Get those to a 3-star. So 8 of these fellows. Okay, and we'll get those to a 3-star. Yeah, so again, if you wanted to buy all the parts ahead and then just do it all at once, you could do that. But then I feel like you would be buying more than what you need or missing a part or something like that. So I just kind of do it as we come across it. I mean, it's not that far to go, I guess, as far as to go to the scrap bin here, I guess, as far as to get them leveled up. Now, if we had to travel like we do in, we've seen in 26, yeah, I probably would. I probably would just buy them up as we, you know, all the stuff we need. That way we don't have to keep going back and forth, driving back and forth. Let's see. Yeah, I made the point the last time about building this engine. I'd probably wait to put the roller rocker in there, I guess, as far as put the spark plugs in first. Makes it a little easier. Doing it this way, it's a little bit tougher to get them at. Cool, so there's that side. So I think the head covers... Are those performance? Nope, so those are just regular head covers. And we're just going to keep that the stock color. Yeah, just to kind of give it some accent on the engine build. Ooh, yeah, just to give it some accent. Don't need to necessarily make it all orange. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I think on this particular build we won't. Just get some accent on it. The brat cats, take care of them brat cats. We got you there, Thunderlane. Alright, so we got performance plugs. Alright, so what do I miss? Oh, I missed a push rod. There we go. Roller rocker. Ooh. Just to you, they're brats. They're not brats to anybody else, so we need this head cover. That. And we're going to keep it this color. Okay, so we get a performance. Well, maybe that's why they're brats to, I guess, as far as they feel like they want to get out there, I guess, as far as in see the world. I don't know. I don't have any cats, so I can't confirm my. Oh, whoa! What am I doing? I need a performance one. Performance distributor, yes. Now I do know I need a rotor and a cap, so I'm gonna go through here just to kind of show how you can do this. So if you can go ahead and buy the parts ahead of time, but see, this is where it gets confusing. Like, you could necessarily buy the wrong part and get it upgraded, I guess, as far as and so on. This is why I try to do it individually. But if you know exactly which one you need, like I'm gonna probably need this one. You see all the different caps and whatever, you could definitely get the wrong one. And I guess that's the only reason why I'll do them each part individually, just to make sure I don't get the wrong part. Because if there's one thing that bugs me the most, as far as like you buy the wrong thing, use up all your scrap points, and it's the wrong part. So that's just my approach to it. You can take whatever approach you like, I guess, as far as, but that's how I reassure, I guess, as far as I get the part that needs to go in there. So this is good to go. Now we can get the proper rotor. Get that performance. Now we can do it this way where we can buy that. Now, same thing with the cap. So to make sure we get the right cap, same thing. I could go through that that whole list there of all the caps and be like, yep, it should be that one. That doesn't confirm that it does. That's why I like that shopping list. Once you select the part, I guess, as far as on the shopping list, you know it's the right part. There's no guesswork, I guess, as far as in that. God dang, mouse, stop doing that. Get back over there. This mouse is being stupid today. Alright, there we go. Stop doing that. Alright, so cap. Make sure we get the right cap. And we'll need some covers for that too. So it'll be a performance cap. And we'll also get that to a 3-star. I know it's a lot of running back and forth, but I need my exercise anyway. That might change, I guess, as far as in CMS 26, where you have to drive your parts, I guess, as far as to get that stuff done. That might change a little bit.
You can do it!
That's the way I'm doing it anyway. That's the way I'm doing it. So we're gonna get these clips. These are just gonna be standard clips. We'll get 2 of those. Go back to this store for those clips. Wait, bro, what are you doing? Did I not get the clip on there? I must not have. Oh, I must have did the cap again. My bad. Did the clip. There we go. Get the clip on the list. That's better. Get 2 of those. Gotta hold that clip down. We don't want to go flying off on us. Get that engine revving pretty high there. Don't want to go flying off. I've seen some pretty nasty things happen as far as not having the clips on these type of distributors. They go flying off. You get sparks flying everywhere, especially when you got a heavy load of ignition going out there. So let's get some plugs, wires. That'll be performance. Go back to this store. We do have a set in the warehouse. Let's check that out. Yeah, I think those were not 100% though, if I remember right. If I do remember right, they were not 100%. Let me see here. Yeah, so it's referring to these here that are not 100% and they're not plus they're not a performance. Well, it depends on if you're doing, yeah, if you're doing the, you know, upgrading them. I guess as far as that's what causes the, for me at least anyway, the back and forth. Yeah, that's what causes the back and forth. So it just depends on what kind of performance you want out of the engine, right? In this case, we do want all that we can get, so that's why I'm doing it this way. So yeah, those wires that we have in the warehouse are not performance. We're gonna go ahead and get some performance plugs. That's what this one's referring to there, and we get those to a 3-star. So yeah, you could still do it this way there, WC Gamer, gets as far as to just get the parts as you need as you build it. But if you're not, you know, upgrading to the 3-star, then you wouldn't have to do all the running back and forth. So yeah, like you can just put all the performance parts to it and just build it like that and just not upgrade them. But in an effort to get all the horsepower that we want out of these parts, I guess as far as that's why we're doing that. Okay, so there's that. Carburetors. These are A and a B, yeah. And I think I have... No, I don't. Okay, cool. So we're going to get these performance. Yeah. And yeah. Let's get those to a 3-star. I do like this, the fact that it's not that far to travel. Walk and get these. I mean, it's just behind here, you know? It's not even that far. It's, how would you say it? It's, now, I'm expecting this to at least double the horsepower. That's the other thing, too. If I don't get at least, a good 600-700 horsepower, that might not be worth it to do that. You know, if it only brings it up to like, I don't know, 450 or 500, that may not be worth it to do that. So we don't have a performance air base, so let's get this store. That one's just a regular air filter base. Now we will get a performance air filter. I would hope so. At least that's what you would hope for anyway. So yeah, this one in here is the same way. Yeah, we might put this up for prediction for what we'll get. We got some good guesses there. I'm hoping for at least double the horsepower. So at least 600. At least. That's what I'm hoping for by doing this. So that's still yet to be seen. So let's do air filter performance. We'll get that to a 3-star. Excuse me, I didn't mean to get in your way. Yeah, good thing too, I guess, as far as we got a ton of scrap points, I guess, as far as to be able to do this. We got scrap points for days. Oh, you stupid mouse! Stop it up. Knock it off. Good grief. Why does it keep doing that? 750 to 800, that's probably a good guess. Like I said, I'm being maybe not pessimistic, but I'm being somewhat realistic. If it doesn't at least double it, yeah, that's what I'm. Okay, so this will just. Oh my God, mouse! Would you just quit? My goodness, what are you doing? Okay, so let's do. So annoying. So yeah, this is gonna be a regular air filter cover. Oh, just a chrome one of those. Nice. So initially looking at it, if you weren't really paying attention to the color of the heads, you would never know those are performance, which is kind of cool about that. Alright, so let's get performance exhaust manifolds. Yeah. Oh, 2 of these. Oh, wait, whoa, what am I doing? What am I doing? I was in the wrong store. It's so annoying. It's like, why are you doing that? I don't understand that. So, anyway, performance head exhaust manifolds. Yeah, we'll keep those. I think they're just chrome in that performance part, so that's cool. Let's go ahead and get these upgraded. Yeah, I think I'll keep those the chrome color. Looks like... What did you miss? Oh yeah, Racer Batman got it. Yep. Like, what did you miss? There'll be another one. Let's see, so... Mount. Thank you very much, mouse. Yeah, those look pretty cool with the chrome exhaust headers. That's kind of cool. Like, that's a nice accent between the head cover and the exhaust manifold. Nice contrast. Alright, so we can get a performance flywheel. Get that to a 3-star. Nice. She's shaping up pretty nice. Little red wagon. Okay, let's make sure everybody else. Checking my mouse out. Being silly today. Okay. Flywheel, and then we got clutch plate and all that good stuff too. So this one, yeah, we can get this one performance. Pressure plate, and I think the throwout bearing is just regular. Yeah, throwout bearing is just regular. We still got the bottom end to do, which most of all that is just going to be standard parts. What are you painting, matte black? As far as the exhaust manifolds? Yeah, in this case, the fact that they're chrome, I guess as far as that adds a nice accent to it. I could see them doing a matte black to kind of match the, in this case, I guess as far as the head covers. That would be pretty cool. That would be another option. This is depending on your flavor. Okay, so there's that. Pressure plate. Win some, lose them all. Oh, you lost them. That bot's being super crabby today, isn't it? Alright, let's go to the performance shop. Pressure plate. Yep. And let's get that to a 3-star. Well, some of you had some pretty good guesses so far of what kind of horsepower we're getting. I think we'll put it up for prediction. It might. Now that you say that, it might look pretty decent on here with a black matte. I think it'll kind of go pretty good with these head covers. I might have to consider that. That's probably not a bad idea. Definitely needs to be accented, I guess, as far as from the engine block color. Let's do mounts. 3-star pressure plate. Now, the throwout bearing is just going to be a regular one. That much I do know. So this is going to be a regular throwout bearing. Let's do that. Cool. And we get a performance fuel filter. Whoops, wrong one. Performance fuel filter. Get that to a 3-star. Yeah, you got me thinking about that, WC Gamer. I might do those matte black on those boss headers. That sounds like a good idea. I like that idea. Well, we're gonna find out. With quality of life mod, it should. Because we can just paint all. Right? Let's go check it out here. Let's do an unmount and we'll check it out. Try one of these. Let's go check it out and see. I do believe quality of life mod should allow us to do that. Okay, let's see. So if we go metalness, we can turn that down. Right? Clear coat, normal. We want to do paint target. Everything. Yeah. And then we want this. We get it to be black. That's gloss, right? Hold on a second. We want second, so that's custom. That's too shiny. I want it to be matte. Metallic pearl matte. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking right there. So a matte black like so. Yeah, if you got quality of life mod, it should allow you to paint those like that. So we can do that to the other one. So it's got to be this color, but make sure it's matte. Right? Alright, let's put that on there and see how she looks. Let's see how she looks. We'll do the other one too, probably. Not bad. I was kind of hoping it would be a little bit closer to the head cover. But that's not bad. I'll take it. Cool. Alright, let's do the other one. It does let you do it with even off the mod. That I don't know. I can't confirm that. So the way it did the when it painted it, the noise that it made, I've only noticed that do that with the quality of life mod. But if you can confirm that, that's good. Yeah, do the paint and everything. So let's do this. Go this color. Yep. So yep, it's already got the right color on it. That's cool. Beautiful. Alright, let's go ahead and paint that. I wasn't sure if I was gonna have to adjust anything with even though it's in the swap. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I can't confirm for sure without quality of life on it if it lets you do that. I'm only aware, I guess, as far as painting certain parts like that, only using the quality of life mod. Because I know I've tried to, that was one of the reasons why I put the quality of life mod in, to allow me to paint some of these parts like that. So also like brake calipers and stuff like that. That looks pretty good. Nice accent. Not quite as close to color of the head covers. It's got a little bit more sheen to that, but not terrible. Alright, so we can just put a regular timing chain. To confirm this is not performance. Okay, cool. Just a regular timing chain. And oil filter, so that's just going to be a regular diamond cover, yeah. Cool. Button up the front end. And we're going to need some brackets of water pump. We should be able to get a performance water pump, I think. The performance water pump. Nope. Alright, so no performance water pump. Making sure. So whatever we can get performance, we want to make sure we get it on there. Ooh, and brackets. Need some brackets. These two brackets. So again, with quality of life mod, you should be able to paint everything, no matter what it is. I've had that luck. So we should be able to get a performance, power steering pump, and an alternator. So the power. This is going to be in a different store. No. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the tune-up shop. Damn it! Get out of there. Of course I have it. Power steering pump. Yep. Get that to a 3-star. And alternator. Get that to a 3-star. Ooh, yeah, she's shaping up pretty nicely so far. Gonna be a lot of work, but I think this is hopefully gonna be worth it. Oh yeah. Do. Alright, let's get these parts mounted. Yeah, some nice accents onto it, I guess, as far as with all these performance parts. We'll get a performance coil. Obviously get that to a 3-star. So these are just be regular parts. That's a regular part. Mouse, will you knock it off? Damn. So annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. So these are going to be regular parts. A water pump pulley. Harmonic balancer. Oil filter. Ooh, these will all be regular parts. Cool. And we can get a performance ignition coil. Some of the parts I can remember are performance. But like pulleys and stuff like that obviously aren't going to be performance. I always forget though whether or not cranks in that are performance parts. Okay. Looking good. It's gonna be one monstrosity, I guess, as far as up to 426. And by monstrosity, I guess, as far as just super cool. Oh, did I put the pulley on there again? I did. I don't want that. I want the belt. Give me the stinking belt. There we go. Oh, got our belts. And we got this belt. That'll finish up our front end. Oh, and we got our fan. I don't think that one's performance, but just to make sure. Nope, no performance radiator fan, because that's just a regular radiator fan. Ooh, and there that goes. I think that engine build is complete. So we got to do the bottom end yet, for sure. These are all just going to be regular crank bearings and rod caps. Yep. Alright, so let's do crank bearings. Now, if I would have done this legit, I would have probably buttoned this all up first before putting all the top end stuff on. Just to make sure we don't get any kind of wonkiness down on the bottom end. I want to get this all set straight before we do the top end stuff. Especially all the timing, all the belts and all that stuff. Get a lot of binding on these parts if you don't get this set properly in the first place. What am I doing there? I need 4 more of these. Okay. Get 8 of those. Cool. And of course we're going to need the oil pan to button up the bottom end. Cool. Kind of a fun build. Now we'll see who's got a closer guess, I guess, as far as on the horsepower. Yeah, we got to get that blinker fluid, yeah. We got all the other fluids in there for sure. I think I made sure the muffler bearings are in there too. Okay, so let's cap it off there with the oil pan. Standard oil pan. Now we'll go performance exhaust on it, of course, too. Yeah. All right, so our performance engine is complete. Let's get this off the stand. Let's slap it in. So we need to get this one out first. Yeah, I'm going big. Yeah, Thunderlane already asked me about that blinker fluid. Yeah, see, Thunderlane just reminded me of the blinker fluid, yep. I made sure the muffler bearings were in there, but I'll have to probably get some performance muffler bearings. Now we got our new setup. So let's drain this one out. Drain her out and get the new one in. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so let's get this one out. Bro, why you gotta do that to me?
It ain't got no gas in it.
Well, it doesn't right now. This is first because we're taking her apart. I'm gonna put some more gas into it. Let's get this drive shaft out. Okay, start her out. So we'll have to get a performance gearbox. Oil coolant. I never heard of that. I never heard of oil coolant. What's oil coolant? I know for anybody that's watched the video over on Bandito Moto's YouTube, as far as make sure you don't run over any rags. Don't run over any rags. That's bad. So let's go ahead and get this up here so we can get better access to the engine bay. Yep. Get her pulled out. Pull it out. He's out of there. Let's get the new one in. Now I made a boo-boo here, so I need to put... Damn it, I did this before too. So there's no way to tell which one is which. So there's no indication on the thumbnail. I knew this was gonna
It ain't got no gas in it.
So what I need to do is put one in there and see if it is the right one. So if it has the performance parts on it, obviously we got the right one. But it would be nice if either the quality of life mod or the game provided, I guess as far as the thumbnail, some type of icon to let you know which one is got performance parts on it. So even any level of performance parts to it, right? Just to kind of let you know. So this one is the stock one. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, leave that one in there for a second, right? Put this one back on the stand. Yeah, but that's not a good habit to get into. Hope you don't make that a habit. Anyway, so let's install this one. This one is the performance one, right? Okay, so now what I'll do, leave that one on there, pull this one out. Okay, and then we're going to put that one away because that's obviously still a good engine. Pull it out. Okay. Keep that there. I'm going to put this one away. So that's out of our inventory so we don't get them either one of them confused. So put that one away. Oop, I put that in the wrong warehouse. Hold on. Yep, I didn't want that in there. Okay, get that back out of there. Let's go to warehouse 1. And put this one in here. There we go. That'll put that in warehouse 1. That's good. What's going on there, Jono? Cool deal. Alright, so we got that one put away. Now when we take this one off here, that's the only 426 Hemi we're going to have in our inventory. Perfect. Alright, let's get this one back in there. Never have too much going on there, do you, Jono? I don't know if that's the only reason why you show up here, but I hope the day's going well. Welcome on in. So that one we know for sure is the performance one. There we have it. So she's in there. Now we're gonna go ahead and put performance gearbox into this thing too. Get this out of the way. We're not tripping on it. So obviously do performance exhaust on it too as well. Okay, so performance gearbox. We'll have to go to the gear store for that. Over here, get ourselves a new gearbox. And I think we'll go 3-star in that puppy too. We're going 3-star on all these performance parts. Yeah. We want all the horsepower we can get out of this puppy. That's right. Okay, so let's go here. Our mounts. Cool, and then starters just standard. Exhaust. We need to get these all performance. Let's get these ordered up. Go back to this tune-up shop. 2 of these. We'll get these to a 3-star, of course. It's been a while since we've really beefed up, I guess, as far as one of our cars. I guess as far as this, it's definitely been a while. So we're gonna do this. Okay, and we'll get these mufflers. Cool. And stuff like the rear end and the drive shaft, that's just gonna be regular. Nothing too special about those. Get our exhaust in. Performance. Now we're doing all right. I guess as far as we got a lot of rain, we had to deal with sandbagging some of the flash flooding. We had to get some of the flash flooding under control this morning. But other than that, not too bad. Not too shabby. So we need a performance fuel pump. Yep. So this one doesn't have an ECU, so we don't have to worry about that either. Let's go ahead and get this out. Get a performance fuel pump. Oops, hold on. Fuel pump, put that on the list. That very well could be there, Thunderlane. Yeah, we had quite a bit of rain last night. Okay, so I think that's all performance parts. I think we're good. I'm trying to think there. No ECU. Fuse panel should be all standard. Okay, so I think, yeah, we're good to go. Let's make sure we get our blinker fluid and our fresh motor honey into this engine. Do that. Oil fill, yes please. Got a brake on the rain at least for now. Oh, yep, I did forget to 3-star the fuel pump. You're right. Good call. Okay, so oil's in. Yeah, we need to 3-star that fuel pump. Almost forgot. Got a little ahead of myself. Let's 3-star that performance fuel pump. Yeah, we got everything else to a 3-star, so we're kind of keeping that consistent. Keeping it all consistent. And there we go. So we got 3-star performance parts set. Everything we could get. Let's put the cover back on. Ooh, can we get at that? Might have to put the door on first, so it doesn't let me get at the engine cover without putting the door on first. That's fine. Window. No mirrors. Open that up and get that engine cover back in there. You got no beer, no whiskey? That's not good. What's going on over there? Yeah, that's blasphemy indeed. Alright, we're 92% on the body, so that's last little bit is going to be the license plate, which we're not going to worry about right now. We got everything else that we need on there, though, for sure. Alright. Ready to get this over to the dyno and see what we get out of this. So, I'm going to put this up for a prediction. We've had some pretty good guesses. So, base power, horsepower is the 301. We got everything that we could get performance to a 3-star. Exhaust, pistons, heads, cam, all the good stuff. So, yeah, we're going to put this up for prediction to see what we get off of this thing. Start a prediction here. So we're gonna go how much horsepower. Pretty simple. Feel free to use those sanity points if you do have them. How much HP will we get? So my guess, I'm gonna put my guess in here first. My guess is gonna be, I'm just gonna say double. I'm gonna say double. So I'm gonna say a good 600 horsepower. All right. That's going to be my guess. We're going to do more than 600. Give you some options here. More than 600 or less than 600, which I don't think it's going to be less. That's going to be super sad if it is less than 600. You think 532? Copa being, I don't know. We'll find out. So I'm going to put this up here for a minute. And y'all can feel free. There we go. Let's start the prediction. There's the prediction is live. We'll get this over to the dyno. And y'all get your predictions in there. I guess as far as for what it's going to be. So yeah, my hope is that we at least double the horsepower with all that work on the performance parts. Get her over to the dyno. And we got some things to tune, particularly the carbs. Let's get those tuned. All that prediction is live. Okay, hold on here. That's all 0. Okay, that's went the wrong way. 0. Down. Down. Okay, that went the wrong way. Shoot, I forgot how to do that. Those are all 1s. Oh, dang it. Alright, so we need 2. Same. Okay, got it. Ooh, that was close. So close. That's 2. Gotta get 2 pots the same. There we go. Oh, dang it. So those are all 1s. I want it maxed out, damn it. Oh, I hate. So I haven't done this in a while, so I'm a little rusty. One there, 2. Oh man, so close. 2 there. That one down. This one down. That one down. Son of a, I can't get this to balance out now. 2 zeros. Okay, let's try that. That was close. Damn it. Okay, so 1 down, 2. -2. Got the right idea. It's such the right idea. Just getting it wrong. 0. 2 1s. What the hell, bro? It doesn't matter which pot it is, I guess, as far as you got to get 2 of them the same from what I can remember. But you don't want it maxed out either. Dude. Oh, darn it. Yeah, we're gonna get it dyno as soon as I get these calibrated. Okay, -2. How in the heck did I forget how to do this? 2. 0. Oh, this is ridiculous. Is this just messing with me? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, and it's like not wanting to go there. I can do that. So these are all -1. 0. Yeah, it's like I can't get it to go. There we go. So there's a +1. So close. Yeah, so this one here, one of these has got to be a minus or a +2. Damn it. Alright, so -1, -2. You dirty rotten thing, yeah. Okay, so -1, -2. Okay, there we go. So that needs to be a +2 though. Damn it. Alright, this is driving me nuts. I gotta put that down for a second. Oh my goodness. Do we got anything to... Let's sell that. I gotta put that away for a second. That's driving me crazy. Why are these yellow? That must be what we have in the warehouse. Okay, never mind. So I'm gonna sell these. Yeah, I just gotta put it down for a second. That's not doing what it's supposed to do for me. It's not that difficult. It's not really that difficult. Okay, so let's put this transmission away. I mean, it's not that hard. It's really not. It's just a matter of getting two pots the same. In this case, you can go -1, and then one of them's got to be a +2, and then you just bring the +2 down, I guess, as far as it's good. Yeah, or the other way around. So if you can get two +2s and a -1, I think that's how it goes. So it's just a matter of getting two pots the same. So you have room, I guess, as far as to tick it up or down, I guess, as far as to max it out. It's not really that hard. So we got that all cleared out. What are you going, Dad? What are the dyno? Like a chicken with my head cut off. But I want to get those tuned before you run that prediction, so that it gives us all that we want. So +2, -2, -2. See, look at that, it's so close. That should have worked. It should have. +1, +1 all the way across. Nope. So this is what you don't want, because that's not going to allow it to adjust, I guess, as far as one way. That's why you need to have two of them. Are better to have them at a minus. Okay, so two of them are -1. Now, if this was a +2, that would be perfect. See, I can get two of them that way, I guess, as far as, but not all of them. +1, +1. There we go. So I got those two a -1, and that to a... I forgot what it was now. We got to do it to this one, too. Anyway, that's the way it should have worked. Okay, that was backwards. That's all zeros. Okay. -2. Bring this one down. This one down. Okay. +1. Shoot, I probably didn't. Ah, dang it. Nope, I sure didn't. I just went to close. Damn it. I gotta do it again. 2 zeros. Alright. +2, so it can't be, these two of them can't be maxed out. That's the one key. +2, +2, -2. Yeah, that was close. No cigar. Bring that down. This down. Oh my god, bro. -2. Okay, I think that's what we had it at. Now we can go like this. There we go. Oh, make sure we apply. Always apply. Want to keep that. So if we go back here, that's good to go. So we need to get this one to -1. Damn it. There we go. -1. This needs to be a -2. Yes, apply, apply, apply. That was close. I need two of those at a -1. -1, -2. Okay, there we go. And this down. Oh, what the heck, bro? Huh? Is that not what I had? I had -2. Why didn't that work? That should have worked. Why did that not work? Alright, come on, man. -2, -2, -1. Yeah, I am too, because that should have worked with the -1, -1, -2. That gave me 3 clicks, I guess, as far as to get these two maxed out. So I'm confused too. This should have worked. Okay, let's get hold on. Why is this being so annoying? Wow. So -2, -2. So now I got 2 of them at -2. God dang it. What the heck, man? So I had -2, -2, -1. And that doesn't even... What is... Oh, this is making my freaking brain hurt. Why is that not working? There we go. So I don't know what I had there, but that wasn't what I had on the other one, so whatever. Key is to that, you got to get 2 of them offset, so as long as it's different than the one pot. So if you can get them either -2 on 2 of them or -1, the other one needs to be lesser or higher than the other 2. So that you have enough room, I guess, as far as to click it up to get them all maxed out. So whichever combination, I guess, as far as that you come up with that, there's more than one way to achieve it, though. That's why I was confused as to why getting 2 -2s or 2 -1s and the other one lesser than the other 2, it wasn't maxing out. So we'll make sure we apply. Good grief. Yeah, we did apply. So just to confirm, we did apply. Ah, dang it, that's annoying. We haven't had to do that in a while, and so I guess we're kind of out of practice. Alright, let's get this dyno now. The only thing we had to tune on that, I think we do have the gearbox here, but I think we'll leave it like that for now. And see how this performs with the tuned carbs. So yeah, we'll see what we get out of that. We may have to tune that a little bit more in the gears until we practice it on the strip. Yeah, let's see how this prediction went there, because it's how well y'all predicted. Ooh, I need a drink after that. $625. 626. So we at least doubled the power. That's realistically, I guess, as far as what I was expecting. It's just to at least double the power, and that's a little bit more than double. 325 horsepower gain. Not sure. Oh, you got them too close together. That's why I was like, why did it do that with the emotes? There we go. So anyway, how did we do on the prediction? So it was more than 600, and it wasn't less, but it wasn't at least 600. So if you did guess more than 600, you're good to go. So choose the outcome, and it was more than 600. So GG's to those that got more than 600. There it is in all its glory. Yeah, I'm not super disappointed about that. Would I have liked to seen more horsepower? Absolutely. But I think the fact that it's a 426, I think if we had a different type of engine base, I guess as far as that, we could probably get more. So that's definitely something I would like to do on this little red wagon, I guess, as far as to definitely get it like a good 1,000 horsepower on that puppy. You know, have it to be where it's kind of like it was in reactuality, where it had like, you know, multiple ignitions on it and so on. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. So let's get this back over to the lift, and we can take it to the drag strip and try her out. So who got that? So looks like Jackdaw was the. Let me see the details on it. 10,220 and 2 other players. So there was 3 of you. One of you only thought it was going to be 600. Is that right? I don't know if that's telling me. Is that right? Hold on a second. Doesn't tell me who. It just says Jackdaw went to Jackdaw. GG's there, Jackdaw, I guess, as far as on that prediction. It was definitely more than 600. And again, like would I have liked to seen more than that? Absolutely. But I think if we were able to put, maybe even, I don't know, I'd want to keep it error specific, I guess, as far as on what it could get in actuality for this little red wagon. Yeah, so 6-pack of the LS. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So if we went the 446 pack and get the base, I guess, as far as at a decent level, so that if we did all the work like we did on this 426, you get it, you know, pretty darn close to 1,000 horsepower. I think that'd be pretty much more realistic. But yeah, let's go take this over to Strip. Oh, we got her dynoed. Let's see what she does. See if we need to do any tweaks on the gearbox. Try her out. The fact that we can actually drive this thing, that's pretty cool. The other one, the other drag truck, we weren't able to do that. Hopefully it does. So we're looking forward to the update. Looking forward to the update on this thing. Been pretty fun. So 105 horsepower percent performance we got on this puppy. Oh boy, see what they can do. She got some giddy up. She definitely got some giddy up. Oh, we need more gears. We need more gears. We need at least one more gear. 4 gears is not enough for this. So, what did we go up against here? I didn't even look. That was the SX Supercharged. So, yeah, we need another gear. We at least need another gear. Let me do this one more time just to make sure. So, at least we need one more gear. 4 gears is not enough. Yeah, so we need another gear. Yeah, we definitely need another gear.
It was at this moment that he knew. Done.
Yeah, we need another gear. Definitely need another gear. Alright, so let's get this back to the house. That is confirmed. We do need another gear on this thing. And we have that option because we have the performance gearbox to it. That's not a problem. Not a problem. We got a raffle currently going on there, folks. Get on that while it's hot. We got Dark playing there with the crayons. What color did it give us there? It gave us, so it's looks like blue. So we can change that color to blue. All right, so let's add another gear to this gearbox. We need to get it back over to the dyno. I don't know why I moved it. Kind of felt like we're gonna need to adjust, and we absolutely did need to adjust this gearbox. Let's add another gear, and let's get it to right about there. So I might want to smooth out some of these gears too. We got pretty massive separation here, so I'll keep it at the 55 there. Let's lower this a little bit. We're going to smooth it out a little bit. Do that. Let's do about there. 60, something like that. We're gonna keep that rear gear in there. That's a pretty short gear, and not bad. It'll allow for quicker shifts, I guess, as far. So let's see if that does it. So we shouldn't need to redyno, but I'm gonna do it anyway just because we did add a gear. So we had 325 horsepower gain. May not change much, but just to make sure. Just a little bit. It's got a nice curve to it. Cool. So another thing I didn't take into account, I guess, as far as we're in high end of the Class A, which we kind of expected, putting all the performance parts to it. Yeah, putting all those performance parts to it, I guess, as far as good reason for that. All right, let's try her out now. Got an extra gear than what I had. Let's see what she can do now. Should be a little bit better. Alrighty then, so let's do quarter mile. Get to go against the Jaguar F-Type. Now this is an all-wheel drive. Does have some slicks with some tuning to it, so let's see what this F-Type's got. Interesting matchup. It's got a nice rumble to it. I like it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Nope, he still got us. Yeah, the gears are a little bit wonky. We need to smooth those out somewhat. So maybe not make the rear gear quite so short. Might have to make it a little bit taller. Let me try another one here. So let's do, this is our turbo C8. That's our own config for that C8. They don't seem to, do they? Wow. Yeah, these gears are a little too short.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
So the fact that we got the 5th gear, it at least doesn't peg it out. So, yeah, we definitely need some different gears on this thing. Got a lot of power to deal with here. So let's head it back to the... Go back to the house here. We'll tweak on these gears a little bit. So I think I'm gonna have to go down on the rear gear a little bit. A little too short. It might go closer to 4. Make it a little bit taller. So maybe I'll go a tick or two, I guess, as far as over 4 on the rear gear. We'll see what that does. Kind of smooth that out a little bit. Like Jackdog getting some fluids out of that raffle. You got a minute till 420. Same here. Yep, same here. All right, so let's go ahead and put a taller rear gear on this puppy. So let's do. Whoops, wrong way. Let's do about that. 7. Yeah, we're gonna try that. Why? Cool. You got a doctor's appointment. Hope it isn't anything serious. Is this a regular routine checkup? Alright, let's take it over here and try this one out with the taller gear. See what the taller gear does for us. Alright, so quarter mile. Get to go against the turbo. We got a lot of turbos we're going against here. So this is our own turbo config, I guess, as far as the Camaro. Oh yeah, so it's just, yeah, routine doctor's physical for the job. I gotcha. Gotta get her done.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Wow. Still too short. 5th gear seems fine. Very fluttery in the first 4 gears though. Okay. Let me get one more time in here. Gotta smooth out these gears. Yeah, let's try a V10 special. So I'm trying to think. Do I need to go lower or higher on the first 4 gears? Ooh, yeah, very fluttery. Got some work to do on the gears for sure. Definitely got some work to do. So a little bit fluttery on the first 3 gears. It's a lot of horsepower, I guess, as far as for the base power, so understandable. I'm trying to think of which one I could check out that might be close to. So this one's got 625 horse. Oh, we're trying to drop the hammer. Gears are just not cooperating is all. I'm trying to think of what I got with 625 horse. It'd be close comparison of what we should set the gears up to. Alright, so let's see what else we got here. 407. I'm going to leave that there. But what I'm going to do... It then increases there. Okay, so I'm going to go this way. Yeah, let's do that. About a 20 mile an hour. 83. We'll put this to 100 and right about there. Ooh, yeah, that's a big spread. Let's do this about there. This one, yeah, this has to come up a lot. Actually, the fifth gear is doing good, but now that we've adjusted all these other ones, we got to do that. So let's try somewhere right about there. Cool. Let's try that out. Practice makes perfect. That's what I always say. This will give us a good baseline too for when we do add a, maybe I'm thinking the 446 pack and max that out on performance. I guess as far as once we create a config for that, will give us a good baseline of where we'll need to be. I guess as far as with the gears. Ooh, we get to go and get some McLaren. Check that out. All right, let's see what the McLaren's probably gonna kick our butt.
It was at
Irregardless.
this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
It might have, I guess, as far as going up against this McLaren. Okay, now we need... So that we went the wrong way on that one. Fifth gear is too short. Well, even having that at a 407, that's wild. Wow. So I wonder if we'll have to go into the threes on the rear gear. Might try that. Yeah, that was... Whoa. Yeah, it was definitely went the wrong way on that one. Okay, so let's do this. Definitely went the wrong way on that one. So 407. I'm thinking we might have to do like a 375 on the rear gear. Make that a little taller. We'll try that. Just going by what I know, I guess, as far as the gears anyway. I think that the gear band, I guess, as far as we got there, should be good. It's just the rear gear we got to deal with. The fact that all the gears right now, I guess, as far as are all kind of fluttery, kind of tells me it's just the rear gear issue. If it was only one gear, that'd be a different problem. So, what I'm gonna do, we're gonna bring this down to a 3. Something like that. Try that one out. Now that should make that taller. That'd be a taller gear, I guess, as far as that. Meaning you get more range out of the gears, in the individual gears. So we'll see how that works for us. Do. Try that out. So we originally had a 420 gear on it. Just for clarity. Now that might have worked good, I guess, as far as for the base horsepower out of that 426, but definitely not now. Yeah, we did apply it. Now, there's really no indication that it tells you that it actually applied when you're adjusting the gears like that. So there's really nothing to tell you, I guess, as far as it's actually applied. Wouldn't that be the same as Gamble, I guess? That's an interesting one there, Dart. So you're talking about being able to slap the bot, and whether or not the bot decides, I guess, as far as that you lose or gain. Yeah, I'll have to take that into consideration. So I'll do a slap command, and I used to have one, so it would probably work much more like the gamble. Yeah, so I used to have one for a roll of the dice, and if you got a high or low number, it would determine how much in fluid you would get, right? So you would just do exclamation point dice, for example, and it would be whatever you rolled would determine how much fluid you get. I did have something similar to that, so I'll have to look into that. So anyway, we got a V8 and a modern LS to go up against here. I guess first, let's see how we did here. Let's try this out. I'll have to see what I can come up with on that. Okay. Wow, she's still fluttering. That's so much horsepower. Yep, she's still fluttering. What the heck, bro? Wow, I'm a little confused on this. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what is going on with this gearbox on this thing. That is confusing me. Why is it fluttering through pretty much all the gears still? So the fact that we made the rear gear taller, that shouldn't be doing that. How low are we going to have to go on that rear gear? I should have really allowed more range out of each gear. Should have. Alright. Back to the drawing board. I'm a little bit confused as to how this one's working with the gear selections. So, 625 horse. 71 here. Yeah, so by making this a little bit taller, more range, more RPM and miles per hour range, bringing this down, that should have smoothed that. Should have, in theory, smoothed that out. Oh, what's going on there, Cyber Mentor? Zero mechanic? I would say so. Cyber Mentor. So even if you're not mechanically inclined, I guess, as far as for cars, this is a pretty good game to get into. It's not going to tell you, it's not going to really go into all the detail of how car building is, so it's kind of simplified in a way. I think it's very accommodating to those, I guess, as far as that are not very mechanically inclined. In fact, I think there's a lot of people here, I guess, as far as that will probably vouch for that. I'm just really confused as to this here. This did not smooth this out at all. 89, 20. I tried to do. I don't know if I should go taller on the rear gear. Yeah, so Forza is a little bit different. Forza will allow you, like, all the parts that you get in games like Forza, those parts, they are what they are, right? They don't allow you to tune it any further than what you get. So it's kind of simplified in that regard too. Now, this game here, especially if you got the drag DLC, this is what I'm working with right now as we speak. You can put performance parts in there, and then you can tweak on the gears, for this example, also on the carbs. Like, you can further tune those parts that you buy as performance. This one here did give me trouble, I will admit to that. I don't know why that was, but for the most part, these are pretty simplified, I guess, as far as how they work, how the mechanics of it work. So if you ever have any issues, if you do give the game a try, I guess, as far as we have our own troubles here, I guess, as far as too, you can always feel free to ask. We don't tend to judge people on their inabilities. I guess as far as like that, just makes the fun game a little bit more fun that way. So if you haven't been considering this one, Mentor, if you've played Forza, you might like this game. It's a pretty fun game. It does get into a little bit more detail of working on the car. Yeah, if it's on sale right now, it's definitely a good buy. And they might even have it on sale because they are currently working on the next rendition of the game, which is going to be Car Mechanic Simulator 26. The demo's currently out, so even if you did want to try that out, just keeping in mind the demo is kind of restricted. No, you can totally drive cars. So if you get the drag DLC, for example, you can race the cars. But also, even if you don't have the drag DLC, which I highly recommend that too, if you're going to get that, this is what you can do, I guess, as far as with that performance parts and such. But yeah, you can drive the cars on the road courses, and you can do time trials and things like that. But if you just like to work on the cars, you can just do that too. It's not required that you race the cars, but it does have the option to do that. It also lets you drive the cars to kind of figure out what's wrong with it. Like you can take it to the test track and it'll break it down to you as far as what needs to be addressed, you know, which parts are broken. Yeah, I appreciate the follow there, Cyber. Yeah, if you got any other issues, we play this, we've been playing this on the regular on the channel on our Mondays and Wednesdays. Mondays and Wednesdays has been our days, I guess, as far as we play this game quite a lot. So, but even then, I guess, as far as any time we're live on the channel, if you got questions about it, you can always feel free to ask. Just really figuring out what direction I should go in this. So I'm gonna go really extreme on this just to kind of see what'll happen. I'm gonna put a really low rear gear on this thing. Yo, what's going on there, Fluky? What's happening today? I'm gonna go really extreme on this rear gear. See what this will do. Alright, let's see what this does. So we did apply. Now, like I was saying, Thunderlane was pointing out, I guess, as far as it doesn't really tell you. It doesn't really tell you that it actually applied. You just click it, and that's all it'll do. Like, there's nothing that comes up on the no, not like in Trailer Park Boys. No, nothing to do with Trailer Park Boys. I know I get that a lot, but I'm just letting you know it has nothing to do with that. I've had this name since I was a toddler, so who would have ever thought that I would have had to copyright, I guess, as far as my own nickname? Who would have ever thought that? Who would have ever thought? Alright, let's get this back over to the dyno and see. But yeah, I do get that a lot there, Cyber Mentor, about Trailer Park Boys. Definitely not associated with that at all. You just surviving? We on a break today there, Fluky, or are you off? You off for the day? Alright, let's go ahead and head on over to the drag strip. So, Cyber Mentor, as far as this is one of the things, if you do get the drag DLC, you can do this here, I guess, as far as to take your vehicle, I guess, as far as in race it one-on-one. I like going to the quarter mile and testing it out. So yeah, let's go try this Audi. Yes, this is one thing that you can enjoy with the drag DLC. Got more storms? So we're not going to get more storms until later in the evening again. It's going to get very noisy this evening. Alright, let's try this out. Oh yeah, that's a little better. Okay, we need to increase the fifth gear a little bit. Fifth gear's the run on a gear. Yeah, so fifth gear's a little too low, but I did smooth it out a lot. We had to come way down on the final drive on the rear gear. Okay, so we gotta adjust our rear gear a little bit more. Let's head back and we'll adjust that. So it originally had a 420 gear, which is really, really short. Really, really short. We might even have to go with 320. I think I currently got it at 368, I think it was. We'll double check it again. Yeah, the Thunder Boomers have been crazy this last couple of nights, at least over here. Alright, so let's check and see what we got this set at. We got a 340, so I think we could probably do a 320. This is not terrible, but I do need to get more range out of this guy. So let's bring this down. And I think that should do it. Try somewhere right about there. We'll keep it at a 340. So keeping in mind it was originally at a 420. Pretty short gear. This is a lot taller gear, I guess, as far as than what we had. But we got a lot more horsepower. We more than doubled the horsepower, so we got to be accommodating to that. Cool. So it's starting to make a little bit more sense now, I guess. Get it back over the strip and try her out. Cool deal, cool deal. Now I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I think this is going to be really fun once we... now, we're waiting for this to get updated. This mod has been rumored, I guess, as far as it's going to be getting updated. Because it does have some issues with a couple of the configs. So we're going to wait before we actually make our own... well, you watch it more, I guess, as far as you'll find out, Lukey. This way you can tune your own vehicles, I guess, as far as the way you want them. Like, if you want more speed out of it, I guess, as far as this is how you can learn. Oh, we get another C8 Turbo. This is one of our own configs for that C8. Maybe. But you can be less nerdy, I guess, as far as if you watch more, right? Kind of learn some things. The more you learn, the less nerdy you'll be, right? That's the way I look at it, anyway. All right, let's see if we can beat this turbo C8. So we gave it a little bit more range on the 5th gear. We did it. Come on, baby. No, we're still out of gear. Gotta go a little more. You don't want me fixing cars? Well, that's the thing. Practice makes perfect. You know, I'm not always good here. I still got some work to do on this this one here. So we're still lacking on 5th gear. So I got to increase that. So I might bring it down to a 320. Yep, we're at a 340 on the rear gear. And then adjust that 5th gear just a little bit. We're still a little bit short on the quarter mile, at least, anyway. Alright, let's go ahead back to the house. We're getting closer, though. Definitely getting closer. So yeah, practice definitely does make perfect there, Fluky. You can never get better at something as far as we don't give it a shot. But if you're a little anxious about it, that's understandable too. There's plenty of things that I'm anxious about too, like some of these new ways of how 3D modeling is applied as far as texturing and such. That's a little bit out of my wheelhouse. I've been a little bit gun shy, I guess, as far as myself on that too. That's just why I haven't done much more work on our Gen 2 Camaro. So the way this texturing was done on this truck, this is superior. But the way it's done, but the way this one's done, I guess, as far as the texturing that I'm used to. Oh, nice. You saving up for that VIP area? Saving up for that VIP area? Yeah, so the way the texturing is done on this one is pretty superior to what I've known how to do it, right? So you got all these individual parts, like the doors, for example. How you get that textured, I guess, as far as, so it's not just one flat model, I guess, as far as to where you can easily just put the one texture, I guess, as far as onto it. You have to be able to bake, as it's called, what's called PBR. I forgot what it stands for, but being able to, so I'm not talking about the beer either when I say PBR. The type of texturing that's involved when you have different parts to map your texture to, that's what's involved with that. That's definitely way outside of my wheelhouse. So being able to get, for example, on our Gen 2, getting the racing stripe to go across the hood, the body, and the trunk. You got, this is separate, the body's separate, and the hood's separate. Yeah, so I had to make that abundantly clear. PBR, some people might confuse that with Pabst Blue Ribbon. No. PBR, the type of texturing that's applied to these parts, is when you have multiple parts, but one texture to apply to it. It's what's called baking. The one texture to several different parts. That's definitely not something I'm used to. Most of the vehicles that I've textured prior to this has all been like one solid model. So like stock cars, you know, race cars. How much? Yeah. So this is what I've been kind of getting outside of my wheelhouse to understand how that actually works. So when I look at certain vehicles, like I'll just use this little red wagon as an example. Having the one texture to be able to apply it to several different parts, that's something I'm not familiar with. I'm mostly what I'm used to as far as like one solid piece of a model and being able to put that one texture, I guess, as far as to it. So that's something definitely I've been trying to learn how to do. You know, from some of the skilled textures, you know, the UV mappers for textures like this, it gets as far as they try to portray it, I guess, as far as being pretty simple. But when you're as well tenured as they are, I guess, as far as, of course, it's going to be simple to them, I guess, as far as, but for somebody that's not familiar with how to do it, obviously it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So what we need to do, I'm going to bring this down to 320. And we're going to do, it's got to get that dialed in. There we go. And then we're going to do a little bit more on this. A little bit more miles per hour range. And I'm only setting this up, I guess, for the quarter mile, I guess. Let's do that. See how that works. Now, I might have gone too low on this. So I'm just thinking, once we go to the strip there, if it does still peg out on the 5th gear, I'm going to move that rear gear up just a little, that final drive up a little bit. I think if my theory is correct, that's what it may or may not do. Well, that's the thing. I did apply, but it doesn't really bring up anything on the screen that tells you that it did apply. That's the one flaw that exists in this game, as far as you just have to hear the click on the apply, and it doesn't bring it up on the screen to say like, yep, it's applied. So unlike like the carburetors that we were tuning, once you get it there, I guess, as far as it'll actually, you know, show you, I guess, as far as it was. So let's try this dude. This is another mod. Pretty cool Bel Air. So I'm not even worried about which cars we're going up against. We're just trying to fine tune the gears on this little red wagon. And once we get it dialed in, I guess, as far as then we can really pay attention to what cars we're going up against. Ooh, that might be too tall. Let's try it out. I think we're good. Now, we did sleep there a little bit, but that's not bad. We could probably... We don't need it to be quite that tall, that much range on the 5th gear. But I think that's pretty good. Got a 320 gear on it, rear gear. Let me try this one again. So we did sleep there a little bit. We still beat it, though. Even though we did sleep, that's kind of crazy. Let's get a better reaction time. Yeah, a little bit tall on the 5th gear. A lot of range, though. So I got a little bit of play on that. So that's a much better reaction time. Smoked that Bel Air. That was a good matchup there, too. Let's try another one. Let's do our C4 Corvette. Got that supercharged V8. Yeah, I think the 5th gear I might just shorten that up just a tad. Just a skosh. Yeah, a little too tall there. A lot of range in there, though. Okay, not bad, not bad. I'm happy with it. I think I'm just going to adjust on that 5th gear just a tad. Let's go back to the house. We'll do that. This one dialed in. So this is really giving us a good clue of where we'll need to possibly be on a bigger 446 back. with all the performance to it. I'm looking forward to doing that one now. I might try and build a 440 with all the performance, at least get it ready, and once this mod does get updated, we can apply it to our truck then. Yep, that'll be a good idea. Alright, so let's go down just a little bit on the 5th gear. By going down, we want less mile per hour range. Right now we got it at a 1. So that's a 320, so that's a 1-to-1 on the final drive. I'm going to boost this up just a little bit, make it a little bit taller. Not a lot, just a little bit. That should do it. So apply, right? So that's all we get is just that click on there, as far as it doesn't bring up anything on the screen. As far as to say that it is applied. Now I don't know if in the demo for the application to show that it actually applied, I think it does do like a chime or something like that. So I think they did kind of fix that up a little bit to kind of give you more indication that you actually applied whatever it is you're trying to apply. Alright, let's see how this one did. Now we're just to the fine tweaks, I guess, as far as on this deal now. Does go to show you, I guess, as far as the massive difference between the base horsepower, which we had 300, just over 300 horsepower, and having the 420 rear gear, in comparison to this being more than double that. We actually had to come down like a whole ring gear, I guess, as far as on that, a whole from 420 to 320. All right, so we got our special. So this one's the V6 special. We put the modern V6 into this Pro car. It was kind of a fun one to do. A lot of these configs I don't have officially out there on the workshop, but we've got quite a few configurations. That's a little better. So it just pegs out right at the quarter mile. That's perfect. I'm gonna leave it right there. So it's just as we get to the quarter mile, it pegs out. So it hits the chip. That's not bad, not bad. So we beat that dude. Let's try this one. We should be able to beat pretty much everything, hopefully. If we've done everything right. Very short gears. See, it pegs out right there. Yep. So if we want to make it a little bit taller so we can go to the half mile, we got room for it. But for the quarter mile, this is perfect. So we got sub 11 second little weird wagon so far. Yeah, I didn't think that sounded too bad. Let's try it one more. So let's try this Rustin Mod 57 Bel Air Cruiser. It's got that modern V8 supercharged. Not the LS, but it's relatively modern supercharged. And right there. Perfect. Like it. Yeah, definitely pretty solid sub 11 second little red wagon. Breakout Garage? No, I haven't heard about that one there. Ernest? Is that Burnus man? Bernie Sandman. What's going on there, Bernie? No, I haven't heard about that one. I have not heard about that one. Go on there, Shooter. Yeah, we are dragging. So we just got it fine-tuned, I guess, as far as on our little red wagon. Let's get this back to the house. Finally got our gears figured out, I guess, as far as on this guy. We put all the performance parts on the Hemi 426. It's the only engine that is allowed in this current configuration. Yeah, we're doing all right there, Shooter. Hope you're doing well. Cool. Yeah, I'll give you a little closer look, I guess, as far as our little red wagon we've been working on today. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do is build a 446 pack. Is that for real? Yeah. Haven't heard about that one. I'll have to take a look at that one. So that one's called Breakout Garage. I'm gonna have to write that one down. See what's going on with it. In fact, let's just humor this for a second. Let's see what we got. So let's go to the store. This game here, this one's Car Mechanic 21. It says right there at the top middle, top center. Where is, that's the workshop. Can we go to the store from there? I don't remember. So we can't go to the store from here, is that right? Web browser, let's try it this way. No, I don't want that either. That's a bummer. We can't go to the store from here. That's our DLC, discussions, guides. We have no way to go to the store there. I'm gonna check that one out there, Bernie Sandman. Yeah, we'll definitely have to check it out. Hoping maybe we could do it that way, but doesn't let me do that. It's only just for this game. Let's get this back over to the lift. We got her pretty well dialed in on the gears. Looks like she needs a bath again. Get her over to the car wash. We're ripping her down the strip. I guess if I got a little dirty girl. So yeah, I was debating. I think maybe I will build a 446 pack and get that all performance. We did do the 426 for this one for at least now. That's the only swap that is allowed for this engine, which is kind of sad. I was kind of hoping it would allow for the 440 6-pack. So once this mod doesn't get updated, we'll probably create, if they don't add it to that naturally, I guess as far as through the update of the mod, we're going to make one, I guess as far as I don't allow for a 446 pack. I think that would be a pretty cool one to put in here. I think putting a supercharged engine into this may not be, I don't know, maybe you could put one in there based on the way the engine cover is designed. That might be an option too, to do maybe a Hellcat. Put a Hellcat engine into this puppy. That would have to be a very unique configuration, just based on the way the exhaust would be done and such. But yeah, a lot of options for this guy. So I think what we'll do, for the time being, is we'll bring this back over to the lift. Now we got her washed. And we're going to build a 446 pack with all the performance. And we'll at least get it prepped for that. That sounds good. So we already put that other 426 in the warehouse. So we tried out a base 426. We did this one all performance. And we were able to get, just for those that didn't see it, 626 horsepower. All the performance parts to a 3-star. That's the way we're able to dyno her at. 105% of tuning. Get that. So not too shabby, considering being the 426. But what we're going to do is we're going to build a 446 pack, which we'll have to buy all the parts for. Yeah, so the Hellcat, in fact, we can look at it this way. The Hellcat at its base level, now it depends on which car you put it into, but I think at the base horsepower for the Hellcat 6.2, this one, 707 horsepower. That's without doing any tuning to it. So, obviously being able to put the tuning to it, you could get some pretty ridiculous horsepower. We've seen that happen on some other car builds that we've done. So that would be a very unique setup, I guess, as far as for the little red truck, if we were to put that in there, just based on the exhaust setup in particular. Yeah, if you were to put the tuned parts to this one, now we've got some Hellcats. In fact, if I get out my, kind of reminisce here a little bit. Yeah, we did the patina on this truck. That turned out pretty cool. We left the patina on this one. We got everything else fixed up on her. Let's put, I gotta make some room here. So I'm gonna pull out our Dodge Hellcat, Challenger Hellcat. Let's put this one away. Okay, just make sure what I got room in here. Okay, that's cool. Let me see. So I want to look. Where did I put my Dodge Challenger Hellcat? Here's our Dodge Viper. There we go. So we're in here somewhere. That is... There's the Hellcat. So I got this one standard. That one has 856 horse. And this one has... Oh, that's our electric cat. We tried to match this one to the gas-powered. What we tried to do. I think we did pretty good on that one. And we got a wide body. This is the one that we got all the horsepower to. 1,389 horsepower on that guy. And that has the Hemi Hellcat. That's all tuned out. So yeah, you can get some pretty crazy horsepower on that Hellcat. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I'm going to pull this guy out. Just kind of give you a look at this wide body. We did it kind of in the plum crazy purple. Kind of classic. But yeah, it does have the Hellcat. I think we did paint this one too, I guess, as far as to give it a pretty cool look on it. Yep, we painted a lot of parts on it to give it that performance look to her. Yeah, and this is the one that's got just under 1,400 horsepower. All the tuned parts to it. And I don't remember if we got a lot of the parts to a 3-star. Yeah, so a lot of these performance parts we got onto it, they are to a 3-star. Yep, that's how we're able to achieve that. Now, this would be a pretty cool thing to apply to our little red wagon. Yeah, that'll be a pretty good comparison. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. There is a mod out there for that. There are configs for the Unicorn already. So, but I haven't tried it out. Got some crazy horsepower on those. Yeah, but there is definitely one on the Steam Workshop for the Unicorn. Pretty much all the chem figs, I guess, as far as some in some form, I guess, as far as are out there already. So yeah, that's where we're at. We're gonna try and build a performance Hellcat, much the same as we did this one. $43? What did you mean $43? $43? Yeah, so just rip the fact, I guess, as far as it can be, is no longer with us. Super duper cool guy. I've gone to a lot of his events, I guess, as far as for the cars that he's showcased. Number 40. Yeah, I think I knew what you meant. So what did I say? Do we want to do a performance Hellcat, or do we want to do 446 pack? We could probably do both. I might start with the 446 pack, and then possibly do performance Hellcat. Yeah, so there's two. So I'm just keeping in mind there. Now, if we do a fully blown out, I guess, as far as Hellcat, that would be a completely separate configuration for this little red wagon in comparison to the 440 6-pack, right? So I'm pretty sure, maybe I'll go into the editor and see if the 440 could be added to this one. I'm gonna look at that. So let's actually save this up. We're gonna check it out in the editor. Yep, we already got her saved. We're good. Let's head on here to the editor and see if it's going to be simple enough. Now, mainly the thing is with having the proper engine swaps is going to be exhaust. Mostly it's going to be the exhaust you got to be worried about. So I'm going to load up the little red wagon. A lot of really cool configs for this this A100. We want little red wagon, this guy. And now we can confirm in here it only allows for this one 426, right? Let's go ahead and turn off the body. Okay, so now if we were to apply the 440, this setup, I think that should be allowed. So like all the exhaust should line up. Let's confirm. 440 Magnum. Where is the 6-pack? Here's the 6-pack. Well, yeah, that would totally line up. Now, just to compare the differences between the 426, well, this one gets actually less horsepower on the 446-pack than it does the 426, which is kind of weird. Well, not the shaker. We want this one here. This one actually gets more horsepower, which is odd. That seems backwards. But I guess that's the way the 440 works. Actually, that 426 got better horsepower to it. So this one gets 301 horsepower. Whoa, that was on my end. Audio was getting funky. Sorry about that. So let's put the 440 back in here. Yeah, that was on my end. I don't know what caused that. That was kind of weird. Anyway, so the 446-pack actually has less horsepower. It's got 276 version of 301 on the 426. So I can see why the creator went with the 426 instead of the 440. Weird. I would have expected that to be the other way around. So what does the Magnum do? Magnum's a little bit less than the 6-pack. So just out of curiosity, I want to try putting the Hellcat in here. Now this is going to be a totally different. So we could probably still add the 440s to this configuration, no problem. Everything lines up, right? That's so we confirm that at least. Let's put the Hellcat in here, and this would have to be a totally different configuration, I believe. Let's do. Let me look at this 392. Yeah, 392. That would even work. The 392 could go in here too. What does that give us for horsepower? 389 horsepower on the 392. That would probably be an even better option than doing the 440. Base power on this one is 389. And that's totally swappable. So it looks like the 392 would be a better option. So what surprises me with this is the 440 doesn't have more horsepower than the 392. We get a lot more horsepower out of this one than we do the 440. So yeah, I'm thinking more. So let me go back to the 440. Yeah, leave it up to Dodge to screw that up there. So this is the. Where's the Hellcat? Here's the Hellcat. Yeah, that would be a totally different exhaust setup there. And that one gives us, if we put the Hellcat in there, 505 horsepower on the base. So we saw on the engine stand, I guess, as far as 707. But like I said, depending on what vehicle you put it into, will determine. So yeah, here's the option for the Hellcat. Now we probably have to scale it down a little bit. It's a little bit crowded in here. Let me turn the body back on just to see. So is it poking through? It's not poking through, so that's good. Don't see it poking through the engine cover. No problem there, Shooter. I appreciate you stopping in and seeing what we got going on here. I appreciate that. So, yeah, the Hellcat at least does not clip through the engine cover. It's good. How it looks under here. Yeah, we got a little bit of time left here. We're going to be seeing what we can do with this little red wagon. Yeah, so definitely we'd have to come up with a different exhaust setup. That's the only thing different there, which I kind of expected. Kind of expected that. So let's turn the body back off. So I'm thinking probably trying to put the 392 in it more than the 440. Kind of liking that. So let me put the, what was the original engine? That was a 426, right? Where that 426 at? Here's the 426, non-shaker. Yeah. So that lines up good. Now let's take a look at the 392. Where's that 392 at again? Okay, we need the rear wheel drive, yeah. So this one here is the 4-wheel drive, I believe. Yo, farming guy coming in hot. Good lord. Scared the crap out of me. 36 months in a row. That's 3 years. 3 years of sub support. Appreciate that sub hype. Yeah. Barnacle fish nuggets. Oh my goodness. Yeah, appreciate that, the farm guy. How's the day going so far? I'm trying to remember which one was which here. So this one is the 4-wheel drive 392. Yeah. Yeah, welcome into the party, pal. Yeah, this one's the one, the 4-wheel drive option. We need the rear wheel drive. This one here. Yep. Not a bad deal. Oh, getting some more sub points there. Gets as far as like that with that resub by Farming Guy. So with the 392, okay, hold on. We'd have to adjust some, adjust that drive shaft at minimum. It looks like the exhaust would probably work pretty good. Exhaust doesn't look too bad, but the drive shaft needs to get off. So what I would have to do if I go with the 392 is make that a separate config. Yeah, this one kind of fits in here like a glove. I guess as far as pretty good. So you still got contract bills. The last thing we played there. You haven't...
ain't got no gas in it.
Yeah, so for those of you that have missed, I guess as far as playthrough, I guess as far as the Farming Guy, I guess as far as on my Sunday, be it Farming Guy's Monday, we've done some contract bill and also some out of order in the off stream. So if you've been missing any of that, feel free to give Farming Guy a follow, I guess, for next time it goes live. So yeah, so what I'm getting from this swap, if we do apply this one, we'd have to make a separate config just to be able to adjust certain things like the drive shaft. Been busy, so keeping yourself out of trouble. I'm sure, keeping yourself out of trouble. So the difference between the 426 that's normally in here, you get this, right? And then if the 392 looks like this one. So that's a little bit off on the drive shaft. So if for no other reason, we'd have to create a separate config for this 392. So I think that's going to be what we'll probably go with once this mod gets updated. That's what I'm taking into consideration. I'm not going to do anything of it right now. I'm going to wait until after this because I don't know what the creator is planning, I guess, as far as to add to the update of this mod. So that at least gives us some idea of what we could go with. So to get this one base in here, so I'll probably build a 392. Oh, you're gonna be doing some ship graveyard? Nice. Yeah, we'll have to make sure we check that out there, Farm Guy, once you do go live. So the other thing I'm taking into consideration for this config is build the 392, and I might I'm debating whether or not I want to build a performance right away. Oh, you're in the playtest for that one? Nice. I never gotten access as far as do a playtest on hardly any games, so that's pretty cool. I'm kind of wondering if I should build a 392 with all performance. I think I could do that. We could do a 392 all performance, so we can put it in this little red wagon. So this way, after it gets updated, if it hasn't already been applied to it, we can go ahead and apply it to it. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll build a 392 all performance just to have it ready. Sounds good. Alright, I think that's what, I think we got a game plan now. Now, even with the 392, because it's a more modern engine, I guess as far as in the 426, We might have to consider things like ECM, ECU. So that's something else to keep in mind. Alright, let's head back into the game. Let's load our game back up. So yeah, don't want to do anything with it for right now, up until that that mod gets updated. That's the only downside. I should probably look and see if it has actually been updated. They may have already applied the update to it. Yeah, ECU, ICU, yep. Basically the brain box, I guess, as far as those modern engines. They got a lot of sensors to it. Come on, player, don't be like that. Alright, let's go into our save game and go back in here. We'll build a performance 392. Shower time. Yeah, you're a little stinky. We'll shower that stink off. I kid, of course. Alrighty then. Yeah, appreciate the spray. A little stinky. Yeah. Okay, so 392 all performance. That's what we're gonna build. So I'm gonna take a look here. I was already in there a moment ago. Let's check out the workshop and see if this did get updated. Check my files. So what are we subscribed to? So this one right here, did it get updated? Let's see if it did. Got any change notes? April 8th was the last update, so it hasn't not been updated yet. Okay, so just to confirm, it has not been updated yet. They are considering a creator has been rumored to apply an update to that. Just hasn't been applied yet. Okay, so just to confirm. No problem. Alright, so up until then, we're going to build a 392 all performance. Alright, so let's go ahead and load this one up. 392 Hemi. So that's the Hellcat. You could definitely probably do a separate config too for this Hellcat. Where's the 392 though? That's the boss. 392, and it has to be the rear wheel drive. This one here is going to be 4-wheel. We don't want that one. I think that's for the Jeep. We do have the 392 rear wheel drive option. Great. Now we're gonna have to build this one basically from scratch. Alright, so let's get our engine block. So the block is just standard. 392, there we go. Now I'm debating, should we actually paint that engine block? I think it'd be kind of cool if we painted that block. Do it like orange. This would be different. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna paint it orange. We're gonna paint it orange. Now it won't be exactly Hemi orange, but it's about as close as we can get it, right? Let's paint her orange. We'll make her different on this 392. We want to make it. Oh, don't like it that color though. Let's do probably matte. Yeah, why does it look so funky? Okay, I gotta probably change some stuff on here. Hold on a second. Do everything. Yeah, there we go. Maybe? Trying to figure out why it's so dark. Mixed two. I want it mixed. Okay, there we go. Paint and material mix. I'm not going to worry about if it's painting the interior. They're not going to see that, right? I think that should be okay. Let's do that. Where is... Yep, keep it that color, that color. Trying to get an idea of what we need to adjust on this. So paint, color, mix, roughness. Ooh, okay. Well, something like that. That looks pretty cool. just want to take a look at, so I guess this one's going to be the best option. Make sure we get it all the proper color orange. Do everything. No clear coat. Cool, let's try it that way. So we'll do the intake, all the visible parts, I guess, as far as that same color. Sounds good. Now, realistically, I wouldn't really want the bores and all that stuff to be painted, but we're not really going to see that, so I think it should be okay. Once it's all together. Okay, so let's get a performance cam. And we'll do 3-star on these as well. Just like we did on the 426. Sounds good. So we'll buy that. Okay, what other parts do we have that we can... So no performance crank, that's going to be a regular crank. Performance intake, yeah. So in order to get the other parts populated, we have to get these other parts already applied. So we'll get... Let's get the crank so we can get the pistons. So this will just be a standard crank. Damn it, I think I got 2 on there now. Got 2 cranks on there, I do. Okay, so we only need 1. Let's adjust our shopping list. Get the crank in there so we can get the performance pistons. So those should be Hemis? Are they Hemis? Nope, just regular pistons. Oh yeah, they are Hemis. Okay, cool. We'll get 8 of those. Don't forget to get the piston rings, which are just standard. Of course I have it. So piston rings, 8 of these to put on the performance pistons. Alright, let's go get those parts to 3-star. We're off to a good start here on this 392 special. Alright, so get our cam, 3-star. Not worried about the rings, those are just, we do undo the pistons though. Pistons for sure. Okay, so we're going to leave this the rings standard. No performance on those. Oh, I got the wrong rings. Damn it. Son of a gun. I got the wrong rings. Hold on. Yep, these are the wrong rings. I gotta get the Hemi rings. Oops. Alright, we'll fix that. That's my mistake. Well, that's the hope anyway. So, 389 horsepower we can get at the base. So, just imagine what we can get putting the performance parts into it. Alright, so let's go back to this. We need to get Hemi rings, piston rings. Well, that's just flash here. Is this working here? Let me see here. Yep, this is working. Good deal. Let's get a raffle going. See how many folks are paying attention. So let's get some stone rings. We need the Hemis. There we go. Also, when you got the right piston rings to put on them. Okay. Mouse is acting a little bit better at this point. Being a little bit funky there earlier. Nice. And that wouldn't be very very good to do, I guess, as far as to paint your bores, but like I said, you're not going to see those once it's all together, so in an effort to get it the color that we wanted, that's what we had to do. We'll get some performance heads. Bro, okay, there we go. There's that. Couple of performance heads. 392. We'll get these to a 3-star. So 8% on each head, so that's 16%. I guess as far as totally. A lot of let's get these up ready to do a 3-star. We'll get those painted, of course. Alright, let's get these heads painted. Get that to match the block. I don't know when you're getting those fluids, I guess, as far as off of that raffle. Alright, let's paint this guy. Should already be in the swath. There it is. Okay, why is it not doing... Okay, do I have to change it here? Paint target, we need to do everything. There we go. So yeah, that's the only option we got it to get it all the other parts that we want. Otherwise we have to do the mix, which is not doing what I want it to do. We could do that. Yeah, let's do that on this one. Okay. Maybe I've been able to do that same on the engine block, but yeah, we'll go with this way on the heads. Mixed one. Okay. Sounds good. Ready? Let's paint the other head. So that's going to be this fella. And we want to go this color here. Okay, it didn't apply the same mix to it. Okay, so we'll go here. And let's do mixed one. Mixed one works. Is that right? Yeah, that one's different. Why did it do it different? Alright, hold on. We want it to be normal. 4. Nope. 3. I thought it was mixed 1. Mixed 2. This one's mixed 2. Weird. I don't know why one head was different than the other. Anyway, this one needs to be mixed too. But what I'm mainly looking at is all the ceiling surfaces, like these here. We don't want those painted. Right? That would be normally the way you would do that. As far as the painting in reality. You don't want your ceiling surface, I guess, as far as to be painted. There we go. Alright, so we got that one. I'm not going to break down the, redo the engine block that way, but at least we know now. It's all good. Alright, so let's put our heads on. RE to a 3-star. Cool. What is a pushrod engine, looks like. Is it? Maybe not. So we're going to do the exhaust manifolds the same way we did on the 426. We'll make these a matte black. That turned out pretty cool on the 426. I liked how that looked. So let's do performance exhaust manifolds. Cool. And we'll get those painted. Get those 3-star and painted. Okay, 3-star. Let's get them painted flat. Matte black. So far it is, yeah. It's going to be a very special 392. Let's do that. So, is that going to be the right color? That's the right color. Matte black. Already used that on the 426. Solid. Alright, so that one's good. Let's do the other one. That one's already good. Matte black. You know. There it is. Now we got 3 different slots on here, so we got a mixed 1, mixed 2, and no mix at all. As far as on that orange. Okay. Put our exhaust headers on. That'll look slick with the head covers on now. I didn't stutter, at least I don't think I did. Cool. Nice. Okay, so what do we got? We got to get some push rods. Now these are probably just going to be standard push rods. Just to confirm, yep. Standard push rods. We'll get 16 of those. I mean, a mechanic's dozen. There's a V8. And I don't know if we need rock arms. We're going to find out here after we get these push rods in. Oh, I moved that over, I didn't realize. That's fine. Yep, so rocker arms for 392. Probably need 2 of those, alright. Put that on the list anyway. Get these push rods in. Now, unfortunately, we won't be able to dyno this. Trying to think how we can do this. So we don't have the available slop in this Little Red Wagon yet, right? So we won't be able to test this engine up until that gets updated. But okay, what did I miss? Did I miss a push rod? Oh, right there. It was hiding on me. Like, why is it not letting me put a... Oh, I got a couple of them right there. Rocker arm. There we go. So let's get 2 of those rocker arms. These will just be standard. Standard rocker arms. Roller rockers. So we'll need some performance sparkulators. Now it has 2 spark plugs per cylinder. So the fact that it's a V8, we need 16 plugs. Crazy. Alright, let's go ahead and get some sparkulators of the performance nature. Need 16 of these bad boys. Need some crazy power. That must be how it gets so much more horsepower than the 440. A lot more spark. Cool deal. Alright, let's go ahead and get those to 3-star. Continue with our engine build. Nope, we don't need to do that. Just the sparkulators. Using a lot of our hard-earned scrap points. Get some of this done. I think it's well spent. It'll be well spent. A lot of scrap points, I'll tell you that, though. Okay. Get those in. So I'm going to put the sparkulators in there first before we put our roller rockers in. That's the way I think I would end up doing this if I was working on this engine in reality. It seemed a lot easier to do that. Very unique engine with this 392. Dual spark plugs for each combustion chamber. The Hellcat's got a similar design. 2 spark plugs per cylinder, I guess, as far as... plus the supercharger. That's probably one thing this 392 does not have, is the supercharger. I bet you if you were to put the supercharger onto this 392, you could get about the same out of the Hellcat. That's what I would imagine. Alright, so do we have these... Oh, nope, we don't. So we gotta get these covers. I think these are just gonna be standard head covers. I mean, we don't know yet until we get it in there. Let's see. Head covers. Alright, so let's do that. Yep, so we got an A and a B head cover. Those are just standard head covers. Yep, nothing for tuning. Let's do one of those. We're going to leave these just the stock color. That'll go very well, I guess, as far as with our matte black exhaust manifolds. Good deal. That looks pretty good. I like it. Okay, so we need our intake. That'll be a performance one. Go to the tune shop and get our performance intake. We're gonna go ahead and paint that too. Mixed orange. Yeah, it's looking really good so far. Not bad for a Hemi. Okay, so let's paint our intake. We'll get this to a 3-star as well. So, how does this one look? I think that's right. I guess any one of those, I guess it looks fine. So just to confirm, let's go here. Let's do normal. Well, you can only do... Oh, that's crazy. You can only do everything or normal. No mixed on that one. Okay. Gotcha. That'll work then. It could be just me, but I think it looks a little bit darker. I can see how it looks. Let's put it on the engine. Could be just me, but I think it's darker. Oh, guess not. Eyes were just deceiving me. That looks really good. Yeah, I like it. She looks good. Alright, so... Oh, you know what? We didn't get that to a 3-star. My bad. Take that back off and get that to a 3-star. Got ahead of myself. I was curious to see what the color matched, I guess, as far as to the engine. Alright, let's get that to a 3-star, and we'll slap her back on. Marvelous. Cool. Alright, well, we'll do performance throttle. That one, I don't know. Do we need to paint that one? We'll see here. Let's slap her on here for a second and see. I think I might leave it that color. For that, just to give it some accent. Yeah, I think for starters there, I'm going to leave the throttle that color. I could do it black. I could do it matte black. Because it'll already have the red. Yeah, we'll try and see if we can paint it a matte black. Just to give her some accent. Let's see what that looks like. Oop, went the wrong way. My bad. Alright, let's see if we do this in matte black. Well, it's going to paint the whole thing. Let's see. Let me try doing this mix. Looks like it's just going to paint the whole thing. Yeah. So I think I might just leave it chrome. Now, if they gave me the option to leave some of the red bits onto it, I would probably paint it mixed, I guess, as far as, but it doesn't apply that. We'll just leave it chrome. Give it the stock color on the performance. I thought I had someone at the door. Could be, I don't know if it's thunder booming out. It might be. Okay, so we need fuel rails performance. Those we can probably just leave it the stock color. Yep, get 2 of these. Okay, just making sure we got all those correctly. Get those to a 3-star. Not too shabby so far. I don't know if it's thunder. There's something thumping down the hallway. I don't know if they're moving something. Not sure what they're doing out there. Making a lot of noise. Okay, fuel rails performance. Yeah, I think we'll just leave those that color. Give a little bit of accent to it. So same goes for the ignition coils. Need 8 of those. Get those to a 3-star. Part of me might want to paint the fuel rails matte black. I kind of don't like the red on that. I might do those matte black. Possibly might do even these matte black. Yeah, it's a little bit too much accented colors, like having the red, orange, and the black. Yeah, so let me try putting on one of these ignition coils. Get an idea here. So I think we might end up painting these matte black. Okay, so you don't have to just snap in. Yeah, I'm gonna do these. If I do these matte black, that'll match the head covers pretty much. Okay, so let's see how this looks. So let's paint one of these matte black and one of these matte black. Just to kind of get an idea. Now we won't be able to go back to the original colors, so that's the other thing we have to be a little bit different than the original color, I guess, as far as if we end up painting it back. Let's do matte black on these. Okay. Alright, and then let's try matte black on one of these. That's kind of like a standard one instead of a performance one. It'll give it a little bit of a deceiving look. I guess that's kind of what we're going for. You want you to be able to look under the hood and be like, what the heck is going on in there? Why is this thing getting so much horsepower? Kind of keep them guessing. Alright, so let's try one of these coils. Wait, where's the one that's painted? Right there. So it does a little bit different than that, so it gives it a little bit of offset to the head cover. So yeah, we'll go with that. This one's painted. Yeah, we'll go with that. Why not? We'll do this one here too. I'm gonna do the rest of those. We could probably change the black, I guess, as far as to be a little bit different on these. Maybe not quite so black, maybe a little bit more gray. Yep, we're doing some sketchy stuff now. You got it. Let's see. So let's do. I'm gonna go a slightly different color on this guy. Let's go more like that. Cool. A little less dark. Okay, and then we want to do this other one. That one the same. Yep. It'll be this guy. Cool deal. Oh, so it's not the timing then. What you're saying? What's going on there, Alan? So even by doing the yeah, the proper, so you got the timing all dialed in and it's still backfiring. Could have a bad. Now, what type of ignition? What type of ignition do you got on it? Is it like just a traditional distributor? What type of ignition are we dealing with there? Or is it like EFI? The fuel injected, carbureted? What are we dealing with? Let's see. So these are both painted. Yeah, it's a little bit less shiny that way. I like it that way. Cool. So it kind of looks more like a standard fuel rail, even though it is performance. It is fuel injected, so it's EFI, so it's electronically fuel injected. That might have more to do, I guess, as far as if it's still backfiring, even if you did do the timing to it. It's probably going to be more with the brain box. Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, they're going to feel it, but they won't know. They won't be able to look at it and be like, what is going on there? That's just a standard fuel rail. Oh, second stage, I got you. Second stage LS. Yeah. So if you're still, if you're dealing with the timing, you know, as far as to adjust on the timing for it and it's still backfiring, it's more or less going to be in the ECU. You might have to tap into the ECU and kind of tweak on it there. I've only done a few modern LSs like that, I guess, as far as, so I'm not all that well versed. I'm more with the old school engines, but that's why I had to ask what type of engine we're dealing with. But from what I do know, if you're tweaking on the ignition, you know, as far as just through that module, I guess, as far as for the different, you know, changing out the ignition modules and so on, and it's still backfiring, it's probably going to be ECU related. So getting into there's different programs to get on the laptop, tap into the ECU, I guess, as far as to mess with that. I'm not that well versed in those, I'll be honest. But that's all I do know. Wish I did know. I should probably teach myself more on that. So that one's painted. We're gonna make these look more like a standard ignition coil, even though it is performance. We're gonna make them sleeper. Gonna make them look like a sleeper. Kind of tricky that way, right? We're being tricky that way. Okay, let's go with this one. Make sure we get them painted all the same color. That's why we got it in the swath. We make sure we get it the same color. Now, do we have to do this? No. It's not going to change the performance of it, but it will change the look of it at least. Definitely not 100% required to do this, but I felt like doing it to give it a little bit of a flair. Like, whoa, baby, what's going on here? What's the wow factor? So you did run the codes. So running the codes is one thing, right? So even if you've dealt with all that there, Alan, and if you've, you know, addressed all those issues, if it's still backfiring after dealing with all that, that's where it gets into getting into the ECU itself. Getting into that, I guess, as far as you might have to tweak on that a little bit. I mean, just the way a lot of those LS engines are, I guess, as far as when you put the new parts in there, it's kind of like tire pressure monitors. When you get new rims and or new tire pressure sensor monitors, it's got to relearn because of being a new part. So the original configuration, as far as the brain box reading that, it doesn't know that it's brand new, for example. So you have to tell it it's brand new. It's kind of like when you get your oil changed on those types of engines. If you don't reset the, you know, that you got to change, it doesn't know any better. It's only doing what you tell it. So you got to tell it, I guess, as far as that you put new ones in there. Basically, it's not gonna pick that up on its own. So you got it. You got it backfiring through the exhaust and back to firing, and I don't know what you mean there, Alan. So all I'm getting is it's still backfiring. Sorry about that. All I'm getting out of that, I guess, as far as it's still backfiring. Alright, so let's see. We got these all painted? I think we got them all painted. See if we missed any. Well, that one's painted. Yeah, look at how standard those look. That's gonna be so... That's wild. So yeah, if I was to look at this one myself, it'd be like, I don't know what's going on with that thing, but there's definitely some voodoo going on with it. And that's kind of the look we're going for. There's another raffle. Okay, so these covers, I think we'll pretty much leave these standard. I will leave these standard covers. That's cool. So no performance on the covers. Let's go back to here. We need this cover and this cover. We got the oil fill side. Neat. Look at all. This is looking wicked. Alrighty then. So there you have it. So that was after you cleared it, so you did clear the code. That's good. Wicked. So yeah, depending on how you look at it, if it's a wicked or is it sketchy. Gonna be all up in it. Yes. Alright, let's do cam gear. These are just be a standard cam gear and a timing chain. Time and chain. All standard. That. Okay, cool. Then we got our cover. That'll be standard. We're going to paint this guy too, looks like. Right? So we'll go ahead and get a standard timing cover. We'll get that painted. Let's get that timing cover painted. Look at how slick that looks with that. This is our take on the Hemi Orange for the 392. Normally these are not orange. Very unique 392 build. Alright, let's get our timing cover painted. We got several choices here, but I think any one of them should work. That looks good. Just out of curiosity though, I want to see... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. If we do everything, it does it that way. We might have to do this. This is what we did on the engine. Might have to do it this way. Let's paint it again. Yeah, we'll go ahead and paint it that way and see what that does. Definitely looks darker if we don't do that one. Okay, let's see how this looks. I don't know, maybe we should do the mixed. This one looks like a little bit different color. Could be just the lighting too. Not looking bad though. So let's try water pump. Now, I think that's just going to be a standard water pump. Make sure. Yep, this is standard water pump. Right? Water pump. Yeah, we want to get that painted too. Is it just the lights, you thinking? It definitely looks like this is brighter on the wall. Timing cover. Yeah, it could be just the lights. I think it's just the lighting. I know we did do the engine block with everything. We painted everything. Instead of mix, so let's get this water pump. And we probably want to go, let's see here. That one's the mix. That's the everything, okay. So I guess we'll do, that's normal. That's interesting there. Not a lot of difference between most of them, so we'll just do everything. The only thing really different is that water pump pulley base there. Which is going to be covered once we put the pulley on it. So I guess it wouldn't matter to do it that way. Okay, a water pump, that was just standard. Okay, so now we can get our pulleys and harmonic balancer. Those are just going to be standard. Harmonic balancer. Yeah, we don't need to paint those. Those are good. Oh, what are we having for lunch anyway? I don't think you said. Yeah, what are we having? So we need an idler. These we can just keep them standard color. Cool. And let's get a power steering pump. I don't think we'll need to paint that. We'll keep that one standard. Ooh, that sounds good. Actually, we can get a performance one of those. Realize that. Hold on. So we'll sell that, dude. And get a performance power steering pump. Alright, yep. And let's see if we want to keep this one standard color. So we did that with the throttle too. Oh, you had Taco Bell? I would never recommend Taco Bell. So yeah, I think we'll keep this standard, but we do want to get it to a 3-star. Let's get an alternator. We'll do that one to 3-star. I think these parts here will keep them just the color they come as. Yeah, if you want to clear everything out, yeah, definitely give yourself some Taco Bell. I'll definitely keep you cleaned out. Get these to a 3-star. Ooh, yeah, I don't think we're going to paint these. Keep these just the way they are. We tried it on the throttle. We didn't like it too much. Didn't like it too much. You gotta have some accented parts, so these are fine. Cool. And then got another idler. Back to this store. And of course some belts. Probably need a tensioner on there. Haven't done the bottom end yet, so we still got the bottom end and the back end to do. Spend a little bit of extra time, I guess, as far as on top end. Oh yeah, so probably get a little expensive too, I guess, as far as like that. I mean, Burger King's got some pretty good deals, but it does get expensive if you're having it every day. So let's do fuel filter. I think that will keep it that color. We'll also get that to a 3-star. Let's get a flywheel. Keep these all standard color. Still a lot of money though, irregardless. I mean, it's not my money, but if it was me, I wouldn't want to have it every day because it's cheaper to get groceries. Okay, so we got these to a 3-star. Don't need to paint them, so that's good. Sweet, and we'll get ourselves a clutch plate. That to a 3-star. And we need a pressure plate. Ooh, I'm gonna take a gamble here and go ahead and get a clutch pressure plate. So it should be this one right here. Yep, only got the one style. Okay, get that. And then the throwout bearing is just going to be a standard throwout bearing. And this is turning out really good. I don't think I got any vehicles, I guess, as far as we can actually swap that 392 into, just to be able to dyno it. I'm gonna have to look in my gotta look in my car collection here to see if I do have an option to put a 392. Probably don't. At least not that one that's a rear wheel drive. Nope, there's no swap for it, unfortunately. What am I doing? I want to paint that. I wanted to go to the... Went to the wrong place, my bad. I meant to go to the scrap points, yep. Yeah, it doesn't have the option for the 392 yet. We'll probably be applying our own option for the, you know, if it doesn't get updated to apply a 392, we're gonna have to apply it ourselves. So the fact that it doesn't have it right away. See, it's got to have the option in here for a 392, which it don't. So it's not gonna allow you to put it in there. Now we have shown that it can be put in there via the editor, but I don't want to update. Yeah, I don't want to apply to 392 to it because the mod is going to be updated. And when it's going to be updated, I don't know. So we're just getting ahead of ourselves, I guess, as far as to build the engine for it. Post facto is the mod getting updated. All right, let's go ahead and put our back end stuff on. So we're just kind of this is a precursor, I guess, as far as to be able to put it in that little red wagon. We'll get a standard throw bearing. No performance on that. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what kind of horsepower we get out of this puppy. Okay, we got to do the bottom end on it yet. Yeah, this turned out pretty good. I'm surprised Dodge doesn't create a 392 like this. I'm surprised they don't make a 392 like this. This would be pretty cool. Give them some ideas. Alright, let's button up our bottom end. So, crank bearings, we need 3 of those. Only got one of them. Dang it. Need 2 more. There we go. There are 3 crank bearings. Get that crank all set into place. Okay, now let's get our rod caps. We need 8 rod caps. Standard. Now, if we really wanted to, you're not going to see this, but if we really wanted to, we wanted these to match the piston. We could probably paint these black. We could. But I think the fact that you're not even going to see it doesn't matter. Now, if we had it... You know what would be really cool? Here's an idea. Alright, we're going to try this, actually. Let me take these off. Actually, change my mind again. So what we're going to try and do, what I have never tried to do is paint the part as a glass. Yeah, I got an idea. So we have the option... We have an option, I guess, as far as to paint the parts, I guess, as far as with glass. So in other words, to make it see-through, right? So what would it look like, I guess, as far as to put a see-through oil pan? That'd be pretty wild looking. That's my idea. So let's do this. We're going to get this buttoned up. Okay, let's apply our oil pan. This will be just a standard oil pan. Right? And then let's paint it see-through. That would be wicked. So if we go like this and we'll paint it so I gotta go with material place, fully paintable, carbon fiber, chrome plated, chrome, gold, aluminum, steel, red, white, wood. That's funny. Glass right there. We can paint it as glass, see-through. Let's humor that. Bloop. Let's see what that looks like on the engine. I have not painted any parts as glass, so this will be a first time trying this glass out. I don't know if I'm going to keep it that way, but let's just see what it looks like. That actually looks pretty slick. It's got like a smoke effect to it. I think we might leave it like that. That looks pretty. That's pretty badass. All right, let's flip this back around. Yeah, we'll keep her clear. Now, what's even funnier is I'm not even sure once you put the oil in it, it probably won't show the oil in it. We'll leave it clear. That'll make it really unique on this 392. All right, so that engine block is complete. Nice. So that's about as far as we can go on that one, I guess, as far as up until we get the proper configuration to be able to put that 392 in the little red wagon. So when we do create this this config for the little red wagon, we're gonna have to find another one. We won't be able to necessarily apply it to this one without screwing up, I guess, as far as the swap that's already in there for the 426. I don't want to mess with that. So leave that the way it is. We'll create our own configuration once the mod is updated to be able to put that 392 in there. And then we'll have to find another little red wagon with that configuration for that particular swap. That's the way that's going to work. So that's where I'm going to leave that at for now, up until that mod gets updated. Now, hopefully by next, coming into next week, we'll have that available. That's still yet to be seen, but a lot of fun working on this little red wagon for today, I guess, as far as a lot of fun here today, folks. I appreciate everybody that did drop by and stick around, I guess, as far as for working on this little red wagon. We were able to check some other things out. I liked it how it worked. So if you like it what you see, and you want to see more of it, and you haven't done so already, make sure you do follow the channel. We did get a couple follows here today. Appreciate those follows. Social medias are posted to the channel. I'll go ahead and put these at your... I got a button for this now. Social medias. Of course, it's not working, so I got to do it this way. That thing is always disconnecting. It's so annoying. So annoying. But anyway, the social medias are posted to the channel. I do like to let folks know what's going on in between streams. We'll be back here tomorrow for Thursday. We got some work to do there in the Cup Series. We're second in the points. I forget what track we're going to, I guess, as far as, but yeah, we're going to be doing some NASCAR here for tomorrow. So if you're looking forward to that. Oh, we got Racing Nut coming in with this raid. Coming in at Racing Nut coming in on the raid, I guess, as far just as we're ending. Appreciate you bringing the folks here over here, Racing Nut. So we'll let that, yeah. How did the other stream go there? Racing Nut. Let's see. I'm taking a look here, see who we got on. No problem there, Racing Nut. We appreciate you bringing the folks over. Definitely appreciate that. We're going to be sending this off to somebody on the outro, and I've been wanting to do this. I've been missing a lot of his streams. He's doing some thief again. Yep, he's doing some thiefing again. I'm gonna make sure he's still on here. So yeah, so appreciate you bringing. We're gonna do a raid train here. I was just finishing up here, Racing Nut. I hope everything went good on your stream. Okay, so yep, he's on. Oh, we got a lot of options here. Hold on. I also want to check out. I think I might go see Truck and Jay playing some Out of Order. Glad to hear that they're Racing Nut. So another game I play quite a bit of in the off stream is Out of Order. So I'm gonna give okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give a shout out to. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give a shout out over to Barbaric doing some thiefing. Let me do that really quick. And this will be a favorable mention. Make sure I get this right. Something Barbaric. We call him Barb. He likes he doesn't mind it be called Barb. If you haven't followed, appreciate that, Vito. So something Barb. Oh, hold on. There we go. Words. Okay, there we go. What do you mean it doesn't exist? What are you talking about? Dagnabbit, hold on. I copied and pasted it, darn it. I want to give a shout out to... Why do you do it that way? That's so dumb. Give me a second, folks. Having a little bit of a struggle bus here. Won't let me do a proper shout out. Or something Barbaric. If you haven't followed something Barbaric, he plays a lot of really cool games. Right now he's doing some thieving. There we go. Got the shout out there. Where we're going to send this off to is Truck and Jay doing some Out of Order. Like I said, I do play a little bit of this in the off stream. So yeah, we're going to go show Truck and Jay some love playing some Out of Order. So if you can please stick around for the raid over to Truck and Jay playing some Out of Order. I very much appreciate it. Sure he would as well. Hope y'all do have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. And we'll see you tomorrow for some NASCAR. Later, everybody.